of Deud, Shri Sachin Gavankar and Shri Santosh Gavankar, owner of Chave, Shri Milind Khanvilkar, representative for owners of Ukshi and Pochri, to please come on the dais. I also request Dr. S.B. Ota to come on the dais. I request Professor Ravi Korisetta to also come on the dais. And Dr. Nambirajan. Written by Shri Kavivarya Raja Nilkanta Bade and music composed by Shri Srinivas Khade, the song sung by folk singer Krishna Raj, also known as Shahi Sabre, Jai Jai Maharashtra Maza, is a patriotic song praising the state of Maharashtra. I request you all to please stand for the Maharashtra Geet.
सह्याद्रीचा सिंह गर्जत शिवशंभू राजा
दरी दरीतून नाद गुंजला महाराष्ट्र माझा जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गर्जा महाराष्ट्र माझा
काळ्या छातीवरी कोरली अभिमानाची लेणी
ओलादी मनगटे खेळती खेळ जीव घेणी
दारिद्र्याच्या उन्हात शिजला
निढळाच्या घामाने भिजला
देश गौरवासाठी झिजला दिल्लीचेही दस्तराही तो महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गर्जा महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा
More than 1700 geoglyph sites have been identified on the Sada Plateau, a narrow strip of plateau between the sandy beach and the Western Ghats in the state of Maharashtra and Goa. As of 17 February 2023, the Government of Maharashtra Department of Cultural Affairs, Directorate of Archaeology and Museums have nominated 9 representative geoglyphs as the serial property geoglyphs of Konkan region of India on the UNESCO's tentative World Heritage List. As a continuing endeavor supporting greater research, this 6-day on-site excursion cum national conference is organized. It is my pleasure to invite Shri Milind Khanvilkar, representative of for owners of Ukshi and Pochri, Shri Prasad Apte, landowner of Deud, Shri Sachin Gavankar and Santosh Gavankar, owner of Chave, to please light the lamp and inaugurate our conference. I request Srimati Srushti Karande to please light the lamp as a representative for the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums. I request our dignitaries to felicitate the landowners and the representatives and give them a small token of appreciation. Dr. S.B. Ota, please felicitate Shri Prasad Apte. Professor Ravi Korisetter, please felicitate Shri Min Khanvilkar. Dr. Nambirajan, please felicitate Shri Sachin Gavankar. I request Professor Ajit Kumar to please felicitate Shri Santosh Gavankar. I invite Dr. Tejas Garge to deliver his welcome address.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my teachers, friends, and scholars dedicated to rock art all over the India. I humbly welcome you on behalf of Directorate of Archaeology and Museums for this national conference on Geoglyphs of Konkan. In fact, I wanted to share a small story which goes back in 2008-9. That point of time, sir, I was posted in Aurangabad Circle, and I got one email from a gentleman called Sudhir Risbud. It was about these carvings on Konkan, which are endangered, and since I was working in Aurangabad, I had to tell him that this is out of my jurisdiction. I won't be able to do anything about it. You please contact Mumbai Circle to do the needful. It was a pakka sarkari answer. And an archaeologist in me could not simply keep quiet. After almost a decade, when I got charge of this department, it was somewhere in my mind. And during my first visit to Ratnagiri, I asked our assistant director that, do you know anybody called Risbud? And he had some photos of some carvings which I want to see. My assistant director, nice man, he said, sir, it will be waste of time. You look at sky, you see clouds and you see different shapes. So the Mr. Risbud is very visionary. He keeps seeing different shapes on the ground, and it is nothing. I said, okay. It will be a waste of day. I said, okay, let me waste a day. Please call him, and I want to go to sites and see it. Sir, our training with Harappan archaeology or Chalcolithic is so much so that you keep on looking for stuff. You keep on looking for bull figure. You keep on looking for horse, and whatever day I spent, I don't recall which sites I went to. I recall only one thing: I did not get to see a bull or horse. So I knew for some reason that this is definitely prehistoric, and this is pre-agricultural. And realization of day one was that this has potential to be a serial nomination of World Heritage. Right from day one, the vision was very clear what we are going to do with these petroglyphs. But unfortunately, none of them were on government land. Every inch of carved piece is on private land. So first of all, I would like to thank the landowners for allowing us to study these petroglyphs. Yes, big hand for them. And beyond that, they also allowed our protection notification. It is a kind of compromise to the property rights of the owners. And of course, there is an option of getting compensated by the government and writing it off. But they opted to stay in because they also take pride in what they have. And they want to be engaged in the process of protection, preservation of these geoglyphs. And being a government organization, it is very difficult to get into dialogue with private owners or stakeholders. But our job was made easy by Nisarga Yatri. So second applause of round goes for Nisarga Yatri. Thanks to Sudhir Isbotji, Thakur Desai sir, and Dhananjay Marathe. For some reason I don't see him around. But this trio took really hard efforts to look for these geoglyphs, and they kept on bringing to light of the public. So I thank them from my bottom of my heart. So initially when we were planning this conference, I knew that if we inaugurate this conference, it will not be somebody hotshot from the top political or administrative brass inaugurating the conference, but this right goes to the landowners. So here we are inaugurating a national level conference with auspicious hands of stakeholders, landowners of the property. And of course, with Nisarga Yatri, who kept on finding more and more sites, so Directorate's role was more to facilitate research, documentation, and protection proposals. So we started working. Then I could see some literature published in Marathi on these geoglyphs. I also want to remember a very senior scholar, Daud Dalvi, who mostly worked for Konkan Itihas Parishad, and he published a lot on these petroglyphs in Marathi. So often it was referred in one of the annual conferences. There were sporadic papers, and then it was brought to the notice of public by publications of Daud Dalvi and his other associates. Then there was a team from Deccan College, Professor Vishwas Gopte, Shrikant Pradhan, and Prabodh Shirvarkar, who actually brought it to notice of academia by publishing it in English for the first time in 2007. So initiation was already made. It was full swing, but it took us good 10 years to go for a full scale project of documentation of geoglyphs. That could only take off around 2018 and 19. And today here we are having an international and a national level conference. It was supposed to be international, but the scholars, Dr. Robert Bendrick or Erwin Neumayer, they couldn't make it for some reason. but I thank them for the enthusiasm, interest towards rock art. And I hope we have recorded presentation from Ana Maria from South America. So I also thank her for sharing that presentation. And I can't thank enough to all scholars, my seniors, gurus and teachers who happily obliged to come down to see rock art for the first hand. So I thank Dr. Uta, Dr. Nambirajan, Ravi Kurushetter sir for coming down, seeing these petroglyphs, and I'm expecting them to enlighten us with the knowledge, experience towards studying prehistory and prehistoric art of India. I would like to thank all the speakers who will be participating, Thakur Desai sir, Sathe sir, Ajit sir, my friends from ASI. They happily accepted to be moderators here. And Giriraj sir, actually he was the first one to pursue me to write something on geoglyphs of Konkan. I told him, sir, it is too premature. I cannot send it for publication, but he pursued me really hard, and that is how we have our first article in Purakala. So thank you very much for your patience, sir. Thank you very much. And of course, all the faces I see, they have come a long way to support us. I thank the team of Directorate of Archaeology for working very hard, along with Nisargayatri, team of TA Associates who are involved with us for making dossier, World Heritage dossier. So I hope this conference will be a big success, and it will pave foundation for further research and sustainable development of these geoglyphs in India. I hope it becomes a movement. I'm happy to see a friend from Mizoram who has come a long way, and while my posting in Mizoram, I learned a great deal about rock art. So I wanted a forum where somebody could share their experiences of rock art from Ladakh, somebody from Mizoram, somebody from down south. So we have pan-India representation of rock art here, and let us try to see rock art of Konkan in the perspective of rock art of India. And that is how I think we will enhance our understanding. This is how we will increase our knowledge of rock art past. So I thank every one of you. Thank you to the resort owners for providing us this beautiful venue. And I also thank drivers who are tirelessly working for taking us around. And I know it was a bit difficult for many of you to access the sites and सोच रहे होंगे यार तेजस कहाँ ले आया, but no amount of pictures and videos and PowerPoint presentation is going to substitute that first-hand experience of experiencing those beautiful geoglyphs, beautiful carvings. And what a thought of that, making a huge elephant which you can't even see, appreciate with your naked eyes standing on the ground. You have to be up in the air in order to appreciate that experience. And the prehistoric man, he did not have that liberty, but he had the vision. So it's not possible to thank them who created this. I can only salute the human intelligence and vision. Let's respect that, and let's work towards making this as World Heritage. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I request all the dignitaries to please take their seats. We'll be beginning with our session in 5 minutes. I also request everyone to please keep their phones on silent so that we don't have any interruptions during the session. We are beginning with our first session. The first session is titled Environmental and Archaeological Landscape of Geoglyphs in Konkan. It is being moderated by Somi Chatterjee and Dr. Parth Chauhan. The pre-lunch session will be moderated by Somi Chatterjee, and the post-lunch session will be moderated by Dr. Parth Chauhan. I request architect Somi Chatterjee to please come on the dais and begin with the sessions.
Since the pleasantries of the morning are all over, why don't we just head for the session, and I'll just introduce the first speaker. But this first session is all about giving us the context for the geoglyphs, which hopefully helps us understand why the geoglyphs are different, more important, or just important in the global context of things. Can I please invite Professor Surender Thakur Desai, the Vice Principal of Gogate Jogalkar College in Ratnagiri, to begin his presentation on the geoglyphs in the context of laterite plateau landscape. Professor Thakur Desai. Good morning, sir. So, who's playing the presentation? So, why don't you?
All the august, dignitaries present here, very senior people in the field of archaeology and rock art and all. I am an outlier for this because I am basically a geomorphologist, not also a geologist, but I have been in this region for last 30-35 years, moving over the lateritic plateaus and studying laterites for their formation, classification to some extent, and their surface expression. That is what I have been doing. So what I have, as I went through the schedule, I came to know that there will be a lot of overlap. So what I will be speaking, Pundlik sir will maybe, there are going to be overlaps which will help us to gain different perspectives over the same terrain. Actually, overlaps will be better to have different perspectives. And I'm not here to convince anybody about what I feel. I'm here to just share the things as we move on. And this is more of a compilation rather than a typical research presentation. Maybe some repetition for those who have attended some sessions on that plateau seminar or something. So the lateritic terrain landscape of South Konkan, at least, is dominated by the low-lying plateaus. And if we look at Konkan, actually people, while they are moving in Konkan, they see to Konkan as a hilly, rugged terrain. But if we look at Konkan from sea, if we go into sea for some 2-3 kilometers and look at the coastline, we will find that it looks like a flat strip of land. So it's dominated by the plateaus rather than the valleys and slopes. So this is the general landscape, and we have lateritic exposures more common or dominating towards the coastline. As we move inland towards the crestline Western Ghat escarpments, there are more valleys, the plateaus are broken, and sometimes the flat tops are replaced by the rounded hills, and there is a central ridge which runs right from Kashedi Ghat up to what we call there is a place called as Kasarade Nandgaon. So there is a central ridge in this part of Konkan which actually separates two domains. So the coastward domain is dominated by laterite, whereas the landward part is dominated by basaltic hillocks. So this is in general so this is very well-known section. This is not, I have duplicated it. This is based on the section given by Sahasrabuddhe and all. A very well shared section which shows how really we have zonation of laterite. And we all know that this laterite, which is also called as hardpan, duricrust, and then depending upon the abundance of material, some call it as ferricrete. I mean, there are a variety of styles of classification of the same thing. And so different people name it based on the attribute that they think of. And typically what we see is that we have a leaching column, and the topmost part is oxidized part, which is derived from the parent rock, and that has retained the shape or the morphology of the terrain and the materials, because it's a heavy rainfall region and it used to receive still more rainfall in past. Therefore, the materials have leached down along with the percolating water, and so there is a separation of material. Whatever was soluble has vanished, and so it has become porous. And that's the thing what we usually get. If we look at the morphology, general morphology of Konkan coastal plains, now we have to understand that in different geological periods, the coastal plains used to look different. So what we see today was not something, the landscape was like that somewhere around 1,10,000, 20,000 years before. The landscape was totally different. So late Miocene, now late Miocene can be a changing point or a turning point as far as the morphological formation of South Konkan plateaus are concerned. And before that, the landscape was a bit different. There was some tectonics and some sea level variation. Both these two have together actually the landscape was more not low-lying exactly, but was not so rugged. That is one. Secondly, the rivers were in full speed. They used to have higher energies, and definitely the rivers were flowing for larger part of the year. They were near perennial, which they are not today. And therefore, there was a lot of sediment that they could bring in. especially from the escarpments, Western Ghat escarpments. And if we visit today the escarpments, the lateritic cap is not continuous one. It's broken. And the lost pieces of laterite, we can see that they have been brought to the coastal Konkan as sediment. And so then there was a dry phase which came, and the laterites which are along the coastal regions, they are usually called as detrital laterites. And the reason is that whole of this terrain was the lateritic sediment brought by the rivers in high spate was dispersed all over this region, and then there was a process which was called as relaterization. And so the coastal lateritic plateaus are a product of relaterization. So at least for Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg, part of Goa and part of northern Karnataka, the coastal lateritic plateaus are not in situ formations. So they haven't evolved where they are, because we don't see a weathering profile, a complete weathering profile from bedrock or D horizon to O horizon. So that's not evident, and there is a very sharp contact zone between the low-lying basalt and the duricrust, which indicates that this is a formation which is not in situ and which is a product of deposition and relaterization upon drying. And the conclusive evidence can be found in form of the fossils that we get below the present day lateritic duricrust. So there is a bed which is popularly called as Ratnagiri lignites. It was firstly reported by Bruckner in 1867, and now we have a bed that underlies the coastal laterites. It's called as Ratnagiri lignites. It's not lignite that is well known, and there are papers. Now we know that it's more of a carbonaceous clay rather than a lignitic material, but there are fossils that you can easily procure through, and they have been dated by different people through different techniques. So there are Poland dates available which are as recent as 38,000, 40,000 by Kulkarni, Fadtare and all. And then there are geological things, datings which go to late Miocene. So the range is between 1,10,000 years before present to some 40,000 years before present. This is the range put forth by different people from different domains of knowledge. So that is the range. But mostly geologists, they agree upon late Miocene. That is the only sentence one can agree upon. Otherwise, there are a lot of deviations. So, and then you have materials. Basically, they are more pneumatophores, mangrove fruit bodies, and petrified woods. That's what we get. So we can definitely say that the surface is recent, and it has formed after late Miocene, so 1,10,000 years. That's the conclusive thing. So anything will not go before that. That's the conclusive thing. Now, if we look at the distribution, you will find that you will find that pointer. So actually this region is something that we have. Here we have more of secondary laterite, whereas if we go this way, then it becomes more of an in situ or primary formation. So this is what usually we find, and it is dominated by along the coastlines. So that is what we have. Now, if we look at the surface expression, actually this process of relaterization has played a key role in the surface expression of laterite. And there can be a very generalized comment, oh, it's laterite, that's all. Okay, so sometimes it's laterite and that's finished. That can be one comment, but if we try to map the laterite based on its surface expression, then we will find that there is great variation. And there is no pattern. What is more important is that there is no pattern as far as the variation is concerned. And so we have a lot of surface variation. So what we have is a lateritic cap which is very near to the present day sea level. This is near Ambolgarh. So you have Ambolgarh, Sarjekot, places where it's very near to the present day sea level, and that has contributed to the texture because the moisture is still retained in this type of it. And then at different places the texture differs. Sometimes it's overlain by the weathered material from the same rock. Okay. And then you will find that if we visit it in monsoon, we can actually mark the areas separately depending upon the surface textures. At some places, the groundwater level in laterite is very high, and actually that has played a key role into the hardness of laterite. And as far as all these rock art carvings are concerned, the hardness of laterite is the critical point that we have to remember. And we have to imagine a situation where laterite was more soft. And we all know that laterite becomes very soft when it is wet, and it dries, as it dries, it becomes hard. So we have to imagine, we can imagine a phase when the laterite was wet. Now the laterite is wet for around 80 to 110 days. Okay, and then it starts drying. But we can imagine a phase of monsoon where the climate was wet and the laterite was wet for maybe around 200 days. Now, if that is true, then the surface will be more easy, I mean, it will be available for carving for more number of days. So, the problem of how the people may have carved such a big things within a short span of time, and then there was a break. I mean, this can be answered if we imagine a wet phase in the past. Okay, now actually this is not my photograph. There is a watermark. So, but the laterite texturally is very heterogeneous, and that's why the finishing of laterite changes. And we all know that there is aluminum oxide, Al2O3, ferrous oxide, ferric oxide. These major three components are there. And in Konkan, especially, there are evidences which indicate that the sea level was high, and there are some intrusions of Kaladgi series within the laterites. Now, these intrusions are not having a direct relevance with petroglyphs, but they are indicative of the shallow tidal environments that may have persisted in the past in the coastal region. Now, this is an effort which I have done for some other work, but actually this is what I originally work upon. But if we raise the sea level, you will find that the present day plateaus, they were submerged. And there were some parts which are on the present day plateaus, and they were like islands. So we can imagine a situation in late Miocene when the coastal area, which is a present day coastal plateau and which is having highest density of petroglyphs as a submerged area, maybe intertidal area, and that is supported by the mangrove fossils that we do get. And so this was a altogether different environment. And this different environment actually can sustain different life forms which are not existing at present. Life forms that existed in more moist, wet, marshy environment. So this is what we can imagine. This is just, I have raised the sea level by around 13 meters and you get this kind of a situation. And there are evidences that the sea level was higher by 13 to 17 meters. So the texture is the critical to it, and we will find that the texture altogether differs. I mean, sometimes the laterite is like a conglomerate, because the material that was brought from outside was like boulders. And so the laterite surface is made up of boulders. It appears to be more conglomeratic, where there is general absence of petroglyphs, because that is not conducive. And the texture goes on fining. Now this is where the material was more clayey, silty clay, the original material, and therefore the laterite is very fine. But now this is very good for fine carving, but this is harder also. Because it's a silty clay substratum, it's more harder. And so the relevance between the texture and hardness of laterite and the different places actually can yield some inference, and we will find that it's more conglomeratic. I mean, this head is one boulder. Okay, and lateritic surface is made up of boulders of that size. Because it's secondary, it was redeposited, and this kind of textural analysis we have. And then you have the texture has sometimes added to the beauty of carvings also. Okay, so that's the fineness which differs, and at different places, I mean, we will find that the depth of carving, the rounding of the edges, and all this has got something to do with the texture of the laterite. I know that I am going along the borders. I am not entering into it because there are speakers who will be speaking more of the laterite part itself. And what I feel is that the texture of laterite is used in much effective way by the people who have carved it. So where the texture was coarse, the designs they differ, and where the texture was fine, the designs are different. That is my very general superficial observation. There is no data which can correlate all these two, but this is an observation, and the depth depends upon the wetness, which is very clearly evident all over the things. And then you will find that within one figure there are different textures, and so they have yielded the different impressions. So the texture here is different from the texture here, because this is more of an infilling. And this infilling has brought the change in the art form. So this way we can think of lateritic plateaus and their associations with I mean, these are like a canvas for the art. Only thing is that they are very complex. Okay, so thank you.
We have about 10 minutes for questions. If there's any questions now, you could. Yes, sir.
Thank you for a clear presentation. Just wanted to know, you talked about Kaladgi intrusion. What do you mean by that?
Actually, now we know that Kaladgi is there in Karnataka and all, but they, as we move from here to Rajapur, there is a specific river basin called as Muchkundi, and the banks of that you have Kaladgi exposures. At present also, there are metamorphic slates and all, and there are evidences of shallow marine environments, like you have ripple marks and all, that we get at present. Evidences are that there was very localized folding in that region, and maybe. Yeah, so these are the areas that need to be, I mean, the pieces that we have to combine. No, I mean, the intrusion I said because you have laterite flanking on both the sides, and in between you have a fold-like structure, a single fold-like structure, and maybe we don't know whether there are two issues. One is that whether the laterite has etched out or not. Now we are very sure about Sindhudurg. As we move south of, there is a river called as Piyali, which is that Nandgaon cave, Kodochi cave and all, there is a river. Now that river is actually a geological boundary that separates, and south of that river, there is etching is a dominant process. So whatever planation that we had was because of etching down south. Here, there are no evidences of etching, and etch planes are not there. But I feel that the way the laterite has flanks and in between you have this Kaladgi running, there must have been a severe etching, maybe localized, in, yeah, exhumed surfaces which we see at present are exhumed surfaces, and then we have to imagine a landscape which was higher and with some different outlier. So there are evidences, of course. Yeah, I know.
So right from Konkan to North Goa to Malwa, we have these Kaladgi
So the source of quartzites, which was a mystery, can be solved in south, if not in north. In this area, there has to be some other source, but in south they definitely have.
Sir, I was supposed to have discussions last year with you, and you told us that the hardness of the laterite varies in the Karnataka district from north to south. So what is the reason of this variation in the hardness? Ashwin is there, and we discussed with him. He told that because of the parent rock. But when we observed the nalas, most of this the rock is the quartzite rock.
No, actually, the trend is that you have a harder laterite in north, and as you move south, it becomes softer. One reason is, of course, in north we have basalt, and as we move south, it is replaced by granite, which is more crystalline, and so south Sindhudurg is granitic parent rock, and now that is one reason. Second is that the amount of iron and alumina is different. And so the northern rocks are iron rich, whereas the southern rocks are aluminum rich. Now the aluminum rich rocks tend to be softer. The laterite itself, they tend to be softer, they are less porous, they appear more like a brick, and they are less porous. They are soft in variety of senses. That is one. Second is because of the water table also. Because of aging, the water table, groundwater levels are higher in south. Even today, it's very well known fact. In the north, the water table is down, much below the present day ground surface. Now that makes the hard rock dry, and we know that laterite becomes hard when it dries. If it's wet, it's soft. It is a very general practice. Any layman in Konkan knows, if we cut the rock in monsoons, it will bend easily. You can bend laterite.
So in the nalas, from where does the quartzite levels are coming?
In north? Stream sections. Now here you have basaltic exposures. Below the laterite hard pan, there is basalt layer. And you have exposures. So the streams, they cut across initially through laterites. There are boulders, and then it cuts across the basalt, and there are veins, quartzitic veins, lot of quartzitic veins in there. From the basaltic, there are cavities and there are quartzitic veins in basalt. From there it is coming, and they are evident in all the sea cliffs along the, you go to Ganpatipure, any place nearby, in sea cliffs you can very well see the quartzitic veins. So from there the material can be easily brought. In south it is abundant. I mean, the source itself is quartzitic.
Anyone with?
Thank you for such a nice visuals as well. I have kind of two questions. You mentioned about the sea level change. Do we have any visualization available where we have juxtaposed the sea level, earlier sea level maps or sea level changes maps with the known locations of the laterites, and is there any pattern?
No, actually the slide I show there was a topo sheet overlaid.
Yeah, so that map with the overlay of geoglyphs positions.
Not geoglyphs. Someone has to do that.
Okay.
I mean, if I get time, I will do that. But I know, I can share the map. I know the locations. I mean, it's my work, so I can very easily, it's a topo sheet thing, we can overlay. Frankly speaking, the geoglyphs that are up to around 50 meters altitude at present, those will come. This is very general statement, not site specific, it can vary, but general statement can be this.
And just one more question. You mentioned about engravers using texture to their advantage, like it adds to the beauty of some of the engravings, or it's kind of your...
This is my observation. This is not conclusion, because I am not expert in any art and something, but I feel that that the texture, I mean, the choice may have some relation with texture. This is my general
Yeah,
observation.
so my question to you is, it is also based on our earlier discussions, that do you also see any pattern or any choice of engraving techniques as per their understanding of the surface and its hardness and porosity? Do we see any pattern in that?
He can answer. Actually, what the thing I see is that there is definite correlation as far as the depth is concerned. Definitely, with the texture. That is one. Secondly, there are things that are left out. Okay, like people started working and they left because the texture was not suitable. And there are many places. I mean, the thing is that the beautiful pictures are visited most. These left out things are not visited, but what I feel is that they are more important because they may help us to understand why really they left this site. There is very near to Ukshi, there is one site. Okay, there that famous elephant, there is one site where the things are left out. So people started doing something and then they thought, oh, this is not good, so we'll skip. So there we can correlate more. There are many sites. In Kodambe also there is one site.
What is the hardness of the secondary and
Yeah, actually what is meant by hardness issue, because majority of the times we take rock hardness as an engineering property where we measure the compression strength. And that way rock, this is brittle. I mean, brittle compared to basalt, and granite is much more harder, but compared to it's very brittle. Okay, so this is the engineering property if we see at compression strength. Now, usually in geology or in sedimentology rather, not in geology, the hardness is measured by the penetration, the amount of penetration. But it is very difficult to measure this kind of, I mean, you apply this technique of penetrometer into laterite. We have thought of designing a machine. Actually, we have a design ready that whether we can design something similar to it, whether we can measure the actual penetration. But that is yet to come into reality. Okay, myself and Sudhir, we have thought of one simple penetration kind of calibration, not scale as such, but some technique we will devise. That is what we have thought of.
Thank you, Dr. Thakur Desai. And without geology, there's no geoglyph. So that's the first thing that's important. From Konkan region, we move with Dr. Soma. Dr. Soma is going to talk about the megaliths in Mizoram. May I please invite you on the panel? Dr. Soma is a professor at the Government College of Aizawl, and these megaliths are memorials for the living and the dead.
Good morning, everyone.
If I may just interrupt, the total time for every speaker is half an hour, 15-20 minutes of your presentation, followed by 10 to 15 minutes of discussion. I hope everybody meets the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. So, before I proceed to the presentations, I would like to thank to the organizer for inviting me to this conference, and particularly Sir Tejas, our directors, since he had been working in Mizoram for almost a year. So due to him, I feel very comfortable today. I would like to introduce myself before this. I'm teaching in the college. I teach history, but I did my PhD from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, on the megalithic cultures of Mizoram. I studied this megalithic on ethno-archaeological studies. The objectives of the paper is to introduce those megaliths in Mizoram to the mainstream of Indian archaeology. I know I think you know that Mizoram state is located in the eastern corners of India, bordering Myanmar. We have shared along international borders about 510 kilometers with Myanmar. And regarding the distributions of those megaliths, it was mostly available throughout the states, but it was more concentrated in the eastern parts of Mizoram bordering Myanmar. So these are some of the engravings which we have shown. This is from the Wangchia village. Wangchia megalithic site was it was declared by ASI as a national place of importance. So this is the introductions. I will not go into details about this. In the Mizo cultures, the practice of erecting those megaliths is one of the striking features of Mizoram because it has a very significant places in Mizo cultures. It serves as memorials to the dead, as we know, as well as to the living, and it also has a close connections with the Feast of Merit. We have observed a series of a Feast of Merits in our traditions, in our cultures. So in which the erections of megaliths was an important part. So erections of menhirs or upright stone is a common practice, which is followed by erection of other types. Menhir, the standing stone, is the most common, and mostly it was engraved with the pictures. But we also have a plain monuments, plain menhirs. But most of them are engraved. And apart from that, we also have such kind of stone seats. We can say that the table stones or the dolmens, platforms, and heap of stone cairns and all. See, most of the Mizo megaliths are rough, unhinged, rugged, and plain. So, as I've said, that most of those megaliths are decorated with the engravings of the figures, human beings, animals, tools, weapons, and some of the precious goods of the Mizos. So those different technique of carving on stone shows the artistic skills of the Mizos. This is from the Wangchia village. So we can see many pictures from here. And we have classified on typological and based on the technique of the carving. So we have classified into 3 categories based on the techniques of the carving. So number 1 is the surface incision, or scratching of figures, scratching just through scrap. See, these are some kind of those figures. It is not embossed, it is not curved, or it was just scratching of the figures. These are the 2 human beings holding the spears, and on the side we also see the Mithun, head of the Mithuns. This pictures is taken almost 20 years back. So during my studies, during my PhD days. So this is from Sherchi village. So these are not carved, these are scratched. And the second one was cutting the surface. The figures are engraved by cutting deeper into the surface of the stone, so that see, this type of carving is the most common method, and it has a widespread distributions throughout Mizoram. It was in the western parts of Mizoram in Mamit district. It was not far from the Tripura, Bangladesh. So these are some of the figures with a deep carving. And the third one is engraving of pictures in high relief. So this kind of carving was seen on the Wangche site and its adjacent site, Lianpu site, and also see, these are some of the picture comes out. See, this is the pictures of the humans wearing the necklace. Oh, sorry. It's a pointer. Pointer here. No, okay. I see. We thought that this is a necklace, because and the spheres and gongs. So most of these stones are from the Wangche side, which was adjacent to the Myanmar borders. So as you've seen that, so most of the megaliths are decorated with those carving of figures, human beings, animal, tools, weapons, and things. Here I want to add some comparisons with this Konkan. So we have seen these 3 days to see the Konkan geoglyphs. We know that those Konkan geoglyphs, those animal figures were mostly the hunted animals, I think, hunted animals. We can see the domesticated animals here, but in Mizoram, those we have seen the domesticated and hunted animals. Domesticated animals are very, very common here. And those Mizoram megaliths are mostly, those carvings are mostly on the upright stones, menhirs. The carving on the walls and the rock surface was, although it was there, but it was not common. It was a rare. So that is, I think, which I can compare. And we also see the tools here, spears and oars, but I think it's difficult to find tools here in Konkan geoglyphs. So those are the different kinds of engravings, the figures of human beings, wild animals, birds, domesticated animals. So we will look into this. Number 1. The figures of human beings. This is the most common engravings in Mizoram. So it appears that most of them are the figures of the chiefs, warriors, and prominent persons like the Tangsupa. In our traditions, in our cultures, those Parishans, those chiefs, are the one who were responsible for erections of that particular stones. So while sometimes it was erected for their memorials, sometimes it was erected for as a living memorials. For those living memorials, the person, those responsible persons, has to provide a feast, and perform a feast during the erections. So that is why we consider that those pictures on the stones may be considered as the one who erected. And man depicted with a smoking pipe, Vaibel in Mizo, and wearing the tanchon on his head indicates a warrior. Tanchon means wearing some kind of headgears. So that signifies only those warriors, only those who complete the series of feast, who kill those required animals in order to attain the paradise, afterlife. So can wear this kind of headgear. So in our traditional religious belief, we believe that there are two boats afterlife, two abodes afterlife. One is for ordinary persons, and the other for those persons who attain, who complete those series of feats of merit, and those who killed that require animals for attaining that things. So, see, these are some of the human figures, the full form of human figures wearing a necklace, smoking with a smoking pipe, and taking spears. And the other pictures is they're holding hands together. And down below, there is a pictures of the Mithun hat. See, I think you can see clearly from here. So we have a number of birds here. And we also seen the wild animals and birds, those hunted animals. It looks like a deer, and the birds are there. This is from the eastern parts of Mizoram. Eastern parts of. See, is more fine than the previous one, with horns. This is the broken man here. Birds. And the third one also the domesticated animals. Domesticated. The Mizo had domesticated many animals, including the pigs, dogs, goats, and Mithuns. And Mithuns, particularly Mithuns, occupied an important place. It had played a very significant role in our traditional cultures, So the positions of particularly the Mithun was used for measuring wealth and prosperity in the society. So that is why Mithun had occupied very, very significant place in the Mizo traditions. That is why it was commonly seen in the stones, monuments. This is the fish. This is also a picture of fish. See, this is what I said. This is the persons wearing headgears that we call chon in Mizo language, headgears. And we also seen the engravings of tools, weapons, and goods. Tools, spears, shield. Okay. Sorry. This is some kind of it signifies gongs. Gongs was very, very important. It has important places, significant in Mizo society, and the positions of the gongs was also used as one kind of measures for measuring wealth. This is necklace. That person is wearing a necklace. Okay, so we come to the conclusions. Yes, I have said that the engravings of those pictures has very, very significant features of the megaliths in Mizoram. So most of the stone monuments in Mizoram were decorated with such carving, which have very significant in one way or the others in the societies. So those carving of pictures had provide an valuable insights into the relationship between the megaliths and the Mizo society. Okay, thank you so much for patiently.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and presentation of rock art from Mizoram. I just wanted to know if you could elaborate on the associated folklores and myth with petroglyphs, and do you see any reflection of Mizo folklores in rock art of Mizoram?
Yes, the Mizo megaliths are associated with the Mizo folklores and folk tales and things. So these engravings, as you know, that engravings of these pictures was one kind of providing that history. So see. For example, it was not in the pictures. We have stone monuments on which it was carved with the. We have before that we have a story, a folk tales and a folk laws. Tual Vungi and Zolpala. So Tual Vungi and Zolpala, we have a story. So that story was how can I say that stone, one particular stone, had provided a story about the Tualvungi and Zolpala, and it also it can be traced. It can be traced the area where that stories was there. For example, here's one Zolpala's memorial stone was there, and in the neighboring villages, another stones which has relations with that particular folk tales was also there. So from that we can trace the story, the area where the story was concentrated, and from that particular stones. So in that way, and see. Yes, we have pictures of the snakes, for example, snakes. In our Mizo, we have a lot of tales, folk tales and folklores, which has a relationship between humans and snakes. Snakes. We have many stories about that, human and tales. So sometimes that snakes were living together and having a marriage with Mizo ladies. So in those way, that in eastern part of Mizoram, we have a carving of that snakes. So that signifies the snakes has a very important positions in the Mizo folk tales. So in that way, we have many carving which have associated with the folk tales and folklores and those things.
Sir, do you?
The circular things are, it seems.
Any correlation between stone jar and something? Stone jar also
No.
Belongs to.
It seems the necklace. So in Mizo, we do not have that kind of stone jars, no. That's necklace, no?
Do you find the bones of any such portrayed animals along with their burials?
No.
No record?
No record, yes, bones, yes. But we have a number of caves in which bones were reposed. Yes.
Is there correlation possible between these
No, no, no. I don't think. Because those repository of bones were, the place was far, it was far distant from these areas. There was no bone repository nearby.
Sir, do you found any grave goods like potteries and others, if they are burials?
Yes, in some place, but not in these areas. So when the SI had done excavations in the megalithic sites of the Wangxia, they had also excavated those broken pottery.
I would like to know about the dating, which are the oldest ones and how the tradition has continued at present. Thank you.
As of now, we don't have any datings since this megalithic site is owned by the ASI. So they, I don't have any datings as, from myself. Maybe Sir Tejas may know about the datings because he has taken a charge of that isol circles while doing excavations of these areas.
We'll take one last question and we'll seal the session. Please continue.
Just 2 points.
Yes,
One
sure.
point. First point is that we have proposed, the ASA has proposed protection of some more megalithic sites like Lian Buan, etc.
Yeah, yeah.
They are under consideration. That's one. The second is just a suggestion. I've seen some of the photographs you have taken using the chalk, chalk stick. Now, what happens when you draw the using the chalk stick? You tend to draw your line. So use chalk powder instead.
Yes.
And brush it up and take photographs, or use wet cloth. Then immediately you take photograph, it comes up.
Yes,
sure. We are human beings tend to draw our line, imagination. So that's suggestion, nothing else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Soma.
If I have a chance to come here again, so I will give you nice pictures with that things in the, I will promise you. Thank you.
Everybody, 15 minutes of tea and please reassemble for the next part of the session.
Professor Soma, Professor Soma, I would like to invite you to come for felicitation. I invite Dr. Garge to felicitate Dr. Soma. We are beginning with our session. Please take your seats.
You my diary on that? Radhika? Good afternoon. Can we all get settled? Volunteers, speakers, participants. Here I begin with Thanksgiving part 2. I forgot some honorable mention, including why we are doing this. In fact, all of you know that we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and under that, government of Maharashtra was generous enough to give us grant of about 1.70 crores to only to conduct conferences. So, first of all, big thank to government of Maharashtra for sponsoring this, under which Directorate of Archaeology and Museum so far has conducted 8 conferences on general review of archaeology in Maharashtra, which was done in last 75 years and beyond. So the purpose of this was to create vision till 2047. Then there was a special conference come exhibition in Python on Pythani Sari. A couple of conferences done by Pune division on bead technology, regional history. Then there was a national level conference on Maratha history along with Kolhapur University. Then there was a national level conference at Mumbai on conservation. Then recently one more conference was held along with Pune University on Buddhism. And now we are doing this conference on petroglyphs, and further we wish to conclude with urban heritage at Khotachewadi, Mumbai. So let me thank Honorable Minister for Culture, Forest and Fisheries, Shri Sudhir Mungantiwar, for generously sponsoring for this conference and allowing us to take up this academic exercise. somebody had approached this department with a written letter that there is some carving which is getting buried under road construction, so take some action. But along with that geoglyph, that requisition also got buried in files in 1990s. So in order to do a kind of papak shalan, or I would call it as a poetic justice, at where that geoglyph was ignored and got compromised and got sacrificed, we are honoring the same by conducting a national level conference. So thank you so much. Over to you, Shomi. And of course, Shomi Chatterjee, who is also part of Creative Footprints, an organization working with TA Associates and other two organizations, Nisargayatri and Biome. It is a joint endeavor to create this wonderful nomination dossier. So it's altogether a different experiment, and it seems to be working well. So thank you, Shomi, for that, and thank you for conducting this session.
Thank you, Dr. Garge. And we continue with the post-tea session. First, we have a presentation by Mr. Ashwin Pundalik, geology with special reference to laterite. He's from the Xavier's College, Mumbai, and he'll be talking about the regional geology, its health, and how we can converge, better understand geology vis-a-vis state of conservation of the geoglyphs.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Again, like Thakur Desai sir said, I am an outlier here, and a really small outlier for all the stalwarts in the field of archaeology. What I'm going to present here are the observations which I have done through my about 12 years of fieldwork, particularly in Sindhudurga district. And we will touch upon the general geological setup, and then we will go to the laterites and see how significant they are and how poorly understood also. So this is a picture which I have purposely put on the title slide. It shows the mining of laterite. And laterites are important from the geology point of view also because they are indicators of climate. Another thing that is happening presently is laterites are being proposed as the geoheritage stone in addition to the basalts. So basalts are already the geoheritage stone. So laterites are also being added into the list. So this is the whole basis of my presentation, and particularly the second part. Because when we talk about the rock art, generally we don't speak about the rock, and however means till now the geology hasn't been understood properly in the rock art research spectrum. And this is what we are talking about. What we have is the Konkan coastal belt, and why I'm showing this picture is because you can see there are star marks on the map everywhere, and these star marks are the regions of the seismicity. And this seismicity hasn't happened in the past, it is a present seismicity. And when the seismicity happens, there is always some tectonism associated. So earlier there was a concept that Deccan traps are not tectonically active, but now that concept is being slowly changed, and we know that there is a tectonic upliftment, or there are tectonic upheavals which are happening even today. And we will see how that is in the context with laterites. So this is the thing. Sahyadri ranges are standing. They form that formidable western Ghat escarpment. And then we have Konkan coastal plain, where what we see is a series of low-lying hills, and the elevation decreases towards west, and a series of spurs that continue throughout, and finally we land on the coastal plain itself. So what we have is a nice step-like topography. And in between this, this consists of a variety of geology. And the rock types are changing from south to north. And in general, as the rock types are changing, so is the landscape changing. So the landscape and the underlying geology is very well related. So this is the geological map of Sindhudurga district, and why I'm showing Sindhudurga district here is because the geology is very complicated. What we see is the green fringe in one of the corners, that is the famous Deccan traps. But rest of the colorful patch that we see are not Deccan. These are pre-basalt rocks, and this is the pre-Cambrian basement, and on which the basalts are resting. So we don't dwell much into the complicated map. What we can do is look at a very simplified table. The geology of the Konkan coastal belt begins with the oldest Archean rocks, which contain high-grade metamorphic schists and gneisses, followed by the metasedimentary rocks that are called as Dharwad supergroup, which we find in the areas around Malvan and the surroundings. The peninsular gneisses, they are found in the areas around Kankauli, and that is a very beautiful outcrop that we see when we cross the Kankauli highway bridge or even the railway bridge. On the top of this, we have Kaladgi supergroup, and the age of Kaladgi supergroup is Mesoproterozoic to Neoproterozoic. So if we talk in terms of numbers, they are 1000 million to 700 million years old. And after Kaladgi, there is a gap, and then come the Deccan Trap basalts. There are intrusives related to them. And Deccan Trap basalts are overlain by the Ratnagiri lignite. And there is an age spectrum, as we have seen. They range from Miocene, some people stretch them up to Pliocene, and these are overlain by the laterites. So that is a general geological setup. And what is interesting in this entire setup is the topmost pink part, the laterites, are present on almost everything below them. So they are present like a blanket on all the lithologies, and we can find, if we go in the valleys of the Konkan, we will find a very variable geology present below the laterites. So as in the local language, they are called as Sada. So when we climb on the Sada, we come on the laterites, but when we go in the valleys, we see what is below them. Right, so this is the general geological setup of the Konkan, and just a glimpse of the geology. What we see is a very high-grade deformed schist, which belongs to Sargur. This is Archean in age, followed by the metaconglomerates. These are also Archean, followed by the feldspathic gneisses. These are overlain by folded Dharwad supergroup quartzites, which we see around Sindhudurga. Then we have Kaladgi sandstones with beautiful sedimentary structures. The next picture are the shales. So the lithology of Kaladgi is conglomerate, sandstone, and shale. It's the Proterozoic sedimentary belt. And on the top of all of them, we have laterites. And these are three basic conditions, which I have been discussing for last 3 days with whoever comes to me. So the first condition for development of laterite is a seasonal rainfall. That's a monsoon climate which exists in Konkan. Second thing that is required is the geomorphological environment, which has a limited runoff and the lack of very aggressive erosion, because if the erosion is aggressive, the profile won't get preserved. And the third thing is it requires a relative tectonic stability, which has happened twice after the Deccan volcanic eruption. So Deccan volcanic eruption happened, then came a phase of faulting and upliftment, and the laterites developed at the higher elevations in Mahabaleshwar and all those regions. Again came an episode of tectonic upheaval. Again came a second phase of stability, where we have the low-level laterites. So lateritization in Deccan has happened twice. Once, it happened on the high altitudes, and second is what we have here, the low-lying lateritic plains. And this is a general picture of the Konkan coastal belt. And what we can see are two laterites, one which are present all along the coastal belt, and then as we climb up in the Western Ghats, we have the high-level laterites, which are at Mahabaleshwar and Pachgani, and detached outcrops, basically. Okay, and now there are two terms which have been proposed and which people keep on defining, and these are the definitions. Laterite is a term used for the autochthonous material, means laterites develop in situ. It is the weathering of the rock, which progressively increases in intensity from base to top. And what we get over here is at the base we have quartzite, and this is near Malvan. So laterites here are directly developed over the Precambrian rocks. So what we have is the quartzite at the base, overlain by the saprolitic soil, followed by the tubular laterite, followed by the lateritic cap. So these are the in situ developed laterites. And in many places, we will get to see this complete profile forming. So the low-level laterites rest on the Precambrian basement towards south, and as we start moving north, they start resting over the basalts. So that is a general bedrock for them. And in 1923, there was the first study of laterites by Fox. And what Fox says is the laterites which we have in Konkan are derived from the high-level laterites. So that is one of the theories which was proposed, which is true in a sense. So that is the thing. So what is the point in this is the bedrocks for the laterites are changing as we move from north to the south. In the north, laterites are primarily developed on basalt as we have them here today. And as we start moving towards south, we go in the Sindhudurga district, laterites are resting over the Precambrian basement. And this is the picture. And what we have are the laterites near the coast, which are the low-level laterites, that is called as the outer Konkan. And in the inner Konkan, they are typically devoid of laterites. There we get basalts. So that is the distribution. And our petroglyphs that we have are basically present on that low-level lateritic part. Okay, and these are some of the laterite profiles which we see. What we have is the land surface that is a basalt, and on the top of that we have the full lateritic profile. Then we have the white colored peninsular gneiss at the base. On the top of that we have laterites forming. Then we have, and what we see over here, now this is a laterite on Kaladgi supergroup. And if you look at the base of the hammer handle, what you will see are the dipping beds. So this is a partially preserved structure of the underlying lithology. As we have seen, you know, the weathering increases in intensity. So the saprolite kind of preserves the original structure of the rocks. So what we see near the hammer are the dipping beds of the shale, and it progressively goes into the laterite. And this is what we have everywhere. Laterites are being actively mined. And the thing about laterites is when they are freshly exposed and when they are soaked in water, they are soft. And what these people are doing is they are literally cutting them with a saw. So there is one saw present at the base, and another saw is cutting vertically, and laterite naturally breaks into the cubes. The another type of the laterite has been called as ferricrete. People call it as secondary laterite, people call it as allochthonous laterite. This is derived. So the pre-existing laterite weathers and gets re-cemented to form the ferricrete, or we can call it as the allochthonous laterite. And this is present again everywhere in Konkan. So this is a picture near Kankauli where the secondary laterite is present on the ultramafic rocks. This is Sarje Kot near Malvan, and this entire cliff is secondary laterite. And it has been actively forming as we are talking here right now. So if we go to the coastline, what we will find is the oyster shells, pieces of beer bottles, rubber flip-flops caught in the lateritic cement. So this process is happening. Laterites are forming, the waves are destroying them. So it's a cycle which is going on. And what you see is a very beautiful cave going into the laterite. They show very beautiful structure. And this is the look of the laterite. This is the secondary laterite. What we see are the rock fragments present in them. And then the texture changes. The laterites which we see usually as the chira in Konkan has a completely different texture than this. Okay. And what we see is a relatively fine-grained material, and then relatively coarser-grained material is also present. So that changes the texture of the laterite. This is the sea cave at Sarje Kot. This is, you can see those white-colored fragments, they are of quartzites, caught up in the secondary laterite. These are the blowholes which have formed for years of erosion, and the erosion is rapid. Okay, this is a picture in December 1994. And you can see the wall, and there is a small part that is jutting out, and see what has happened in 2023. The whole thing has got detached. Eventually it will collapse and again become a new laterite. Okay, so this is a generation and destruction. And this is what I find very fascinating. These laterites are secondary, means they have formed by the erosion of the pre-existing laterites. And what we see there are the deep gorges formed in them. This is almost a linear gorge. And what it indicates is there has been some reason for it. The laterites have got uplifted and the river has to go down to its natural level. So what the river has done is nicely cut them vertically. Okay, so they are not as stable as we think about them. They are active. Okay, and this is again a typical look of secondary laterite. What we see over there is a pouch of pebbles preserved in them. This is again a secondary laterite, and what you see at the base, you know where that tea filter is thrown? There you see those two large blocks, they are of concrete, and the laterite has just engulfed them. So this is a fast process which is happening. So laterite weathers and becomes laterite again. So primary laterites are getting weathered, becoming secondary laterites, and this process goes on and on. Okay, and we have nick points, we have cliffs in the laterites, which are post-laterite, of course. So these are formed maybe in the late Quaternary or even in the Holocene. Okay, and this is the picture which even Thakur Desai sir was showing. And this is what Widdowson and Cox, this is a 1996 paper. What they have explained is the lateritization happening at two levels. There is a high level lateritization, low level lateritization. And this is the Miocene picture when we have the marine incursion, and that is why we get those lignite beds. Laterite rests over them, which means the laterite has formed afterwards, that is Pleistocene to recent age. And this is the uplift of the coastal plains. Okay, and this is another theory I'm just showing just for the sake of it, because there are many theories explaining laterites. So there is one theory which is classic by Widdowson and Cox. What they say is the laterites developed first, followed by the erosion. Another theory is in 2008 where they are saying that erosion came first, followed by the upliftment. So low relief area becoming high relief due to the erosion. So that is another theory for them. And now when we talk about the laterites in the context of geoglyphs, these are some facts that come in front. One is geologists haven't understood laterite yet, because normally the tendency is to ignore them. You know, when we work in the field, we say laterite hai chhod do. But laterites we haven't understood in terms of their texture, in terms of their composition, and how it has a bearing on the carvings. Second thing is the local geology, its understanding is important because it is directly related to the stone tools. And if we want to trace the provenance of the stone tools, it is very important to understand the local geology. For example, in Ratnagiri, in the Kasheli, there are sandstone tools, and there are very small pockets of sandstone present in the Ratnagiri district, which means the Muchkundi river must have flown over it. I think it flows over it today also. Brings those boulders, and those boulders have been used by these people to make the tools. Laterite thickness, inhomogeneity, presence of cracks and fractures. These are the things which play a major role when we think about the conservation. Okay, and now there are some questions which I haven't found answers myself. What I'm showing you are the two geoglyphs which we saw just a few days back. One of them is very sharp, one of them has got eroded. What is the reason? We don't know. Is there a difference in the texture? We are yet to figure that out, because some of them are standing very sharply, some of them are just getting eroded. This is the same story. One geoglyph is standing prominently, another one which I have shown in the corner is almost gone. What is the reason is something that we need to think about. There are some areas where the laterites are physically being broken down, and this is the action of water or the surface agents. And when we think about their conservation, what we need to understand is these zones of the active breakdown. Okay? And this, what I have shown with the arrows, is pretty fragile zone because it is breaking off in the flakes. Okay, and the same story, you can see it very prominently in the drone picture. There is a very prominent scar on the geoglyph, which has happened by none other than the action of rainwater and the seasonal changes. Okay, then there are some areas which are typically low-lying, and what I have shown with the arrows are the cracks which run through the laterite. And what we see is a very prominent step right next to the crack, and the water accumulates over there, and that is the area which needs a bit of attention. This is the same thing. There is a deep border, and exactly adjacent to the border, there is a breakage happening. So even though laterites weather very slowly, they do weather. Even if they are chemically stable, they are prone for the physical breakdown. And if we want to arrest it at some level, we have to look for these points. This is another geoglyph, and what we see is a actual small streamlet at the base, and the water drains through it definitely in the monsoon. So must have been a crack earlier when this was carved, but years of rainfall has just widened the crack. Okay, there is another crack which you see right above, and interestingly, all of these drains are going outwards. So what we need to look for are these areas if we successfully want to drain out the water and design the walls around it. These are the areas which we need to pay attention for. So these are the questions. These are the questions not for you all. These are the questions for me, because I don't know the answers of these. What is the reason for differential weathering? We don't know. How do we estimate the rate and nature of the laterite breakdown? There is no study. What is the bearing of the texture and composition on overall nature of carving? That we have to work upon. And in terms of geology, are there any commonalities in all the petroglyph sites, or there is no commonality? That is something which needs to be explored. And there is obviously a dating problem, which we already have discussed, right? So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin, for sticking to the time. I'll ask the first question, please. One, please. Ashwin, could you talked about how it's a self-regenerating material. So the areas in the geoglyph where we do see some depression and it has broken off, say the rhino that we went yesterday, or the elephant at Kasheli, there are these spot patches where there is a breakage. Is it possible to bring laterite from the surrounding area and restore it to a certain extent?
It might damage the original surface. So yes. Generate the laterite? We don't know. We have to do a lab simulation and figure that out.
Actually, this is an addition to the things I missed because of shortage of time. Actually, when we speak of the surface, especially this cracking and all, we have to understand that in laterites, the percolation is a dominant phenomenon, and there is a lot of spring sapping happening at the base of duricrust.
Yes.
And this creates hollows at the base of heart and duricrust, and these hollows are creating imbalance because of the densities, and those are developing cracks. So the cause is at the bottom of the duricrust,
yes,
not on the surface.
Yes.
And this, I mean, if at all we need to conserve, we have to go to the bottom of the duricrust, not at the top.
Exactly.
And this is evident everywhere, because all majority of them which are along the streamline, there you see this tendency more, like what you have in rhino. Because spring sap, along the streams, the spring sapping is pretty dominant. Yeah. So that is addition.
There is, in the rhino, there is actually a straight line step. So.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to understand a little more. Some scholars argue that the high-level laterites formed when they were at the sea level in the equatorial environment. Now, pre-uplift, these laterites formed, which are now located at a very high level, and they have a complete profile, like you see lithomarch to indurated horizon and so on. So that uplift took place after the lateritization had occurred, and they are called mature laterites.
Yes.
And those which you designate as secondary laterites or laterite laterites,
they are immature laterites.
They have formed under different conditions altogether, and they are immature in most cases.
Yes.
So that is where we don't see complete profile.
They don't have a profile.
So the word tectonics, whether it is applicable to this kind of landscape, because what we understood is carp, retreat, and epirogeny were distinctive factors which control the formation of the landscapes that we
Yes.
see along the west coast
Yes.
and then upland areas.
Yes. But this is me speaking on a very high jump. But Konkan coastal belt has the tectonic element to it. And when we see the gorges being cut or the secondary laterites being uplifted.
Because of aperigenic
Yeah.
not because of tectonic uplift.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. That is a parogenic uplift if we go for the Widdowson and Cox model. Yeah. Yeah, very harsh term to use, yes. Sir.
Hi, Ashwin, a very informative talk. Thank you. My question is about the age. Now, I know that we cannot estimate the age of these petroglyphs, probably because they are all different ages, number one. Number two, we don't have a rate of sediment formation or weathering processes. But just based on general knowledge of the weathering patterns, can we give some kind of maximum age to the evidence that it cannot be older than 50,000 or 100,000 just based on general weathering patterns?
Very difficult to say that because we can give an estimate, but that's again a very broad estimate, so not a very accurate thing. We can I would make a comment later.
Okay, we'll take one last question.
Regarding this surface conservation, we have already experimented which we call lateritic pack, and this has been already used in Archaeological Survey of India for last 15-20 years. In Goa we have done it, in Madhya Pradesh. What we do, same laterite component, take the in the not completely powdery form with all these components together, we mix it with lime, not cement. Lime gels very well with the laterite, and we have applied, and absolutely there is no crack develops or it never comes out from the lateritic surface, which you call a lateritic pack, and that has been used in Madhya Pradesh for last 15-20 years. You can try. And the secondly, one more which I wanted to know, there are certain engravings which are there in the secondary laterite. Okay. From the secondary laterite, can we extract some of the pollens, as I was telling you earlier, and phytoliths that must have got trapped within that on the top surface? And if we get phytoliths, as I know, probably phytoliths can be dated with the inorganic carbon, with the carbon 14. Can it be done? Is it possible?
I think whenever there are laterites present, may it be primary, may it be secondary, invariably they have a very strong oxidation element. So organic carbon or any organic matter is very likely to get oxidated in that. So I doubt if there is any organic, probably, because, yeah. Because there are those in lignite beds, there are the pneumatophores, and those have been completely now replaced by Fe2O3. So. And what about the aluminum?
That thank you so much for the presentation. You showed in one of the slides that within human lifespan, we are actually able to see the life of laterite also. So, and now we have been seeing geoglyphs and we are contemplating about the possible dates and how long they might go back in time. My question is, having these geoglyphs exposed on the surface, quite a few of them, say for example, Kashiri that we saw yesterday, had we seen these geoglyphs say 200 years ago, would we see significant difference in relief which is visible to naked eye or not? And for either yes or no, what could be the reason?
In terms of the weathering?
In terms of weathering, yes.
One thing is the weathering rate of laterite for sure is extremely slow. So I was talking to Rizbud sir, and he said that in last 12 years, there hasn't been major change. But there are changes happening at a very slow pace, which we might not even notice when we are on the plateau. So if we say look at them 200 years ago, Relief would be definitely different, definitely, because the weathering has happened through the years. So probably when they were covered and excavated freshly, that's a different thing. And when they are now exposed, that's a different thing altogether.
Okay. Thank you, Ashwin. After Geology 101, we move to a presentation by Dr. Vijay Sate. He'll be talking about the methods used for paleontological studies and how that gives us more information in terms of rock art. I hope I got that right.
A very good afternoon, one and all. At the outset, I am certainly very, very thankful to Dr. Tejas Garge and Shrivat Jayant Dalvi, Hemant Dalvi, for this invitation, because I call it my pilgrimage to Katar Shilpuchi Kashi, because it's been one of the perhaps finest experiences that I have had so far. And we have been on pilgrimage for the last 3 days. And that has been outstanding experience, and something new has been seen, and a lot of thoughts are being generated with the process. So thank you so much, both of you, and of course the Department of Archaeology. I take a journey from rock art, I mean the paintings, because instead of taking the collective presentation of all the geoglyphs across the country, I felt that we can start with my experience and the research that we have been carrying out, or we have carried out in the past on rock paintings, and how research methodology of the rock art can be put in juxtaposition when we are looking at these evidences at sites in Konkan. So we look at it as a very good example of environmental archives, how they can be wonderful examples of environmental archives. I'm just quickly taking to one or two of those rudimentary slides, just for the sake of making everyone familiar of what exactly the types of fossils we have. When a student of paleontology studies the fossils, he looks at the types of fossils. In that, of course, we have many more, such as bones, the caracas, then amber, then coprolites, then Crotovina, then gastrolith, and also we look at lot many things like soft evidence, trace fossils, that we have trackways of dinosaurs. Then we also have rock art in Bhimbetka, for example. And then I take you to this, draw your kind attention to those mythological characters, such as Griffin, which has been inspired by those dinosaurian portrayals, fossils in Central Asia. And then we come down finally to geoglyph, that famous elephant with so many animals in its tummy. So this is one of the, this is also one of the most important indirect evidence of presence of fossils, if we call them fossils. So we can definitely qualify them, or we can be allowed to call them as painted fossil record or engraved fossil record, which is also equally important as a source for environmental reconstruction of the region. So I'll just take you through some fossil sites to make you familiar with what are the regions in peninsular India, where, especially in Western Maharashtra, where the fossils have been discovered, where the late Pleistocene fossils have been discovered. We have many sites, of course, and across this, but this is very much definitely not in coastal region, as we know for sure that there are no such fossil records found at all of Pleistocene in this part of the country. Of course, my apology for the old map from Dr. Matpal's. When we enter this hall today, we find superbly displayed the posters and very recent maps, including one of those made by Dr. Giriraj Kumar of 2014. So this is, of course, very ancient map, but I'm just using it as just to show you example of how many places where there is a fossil record, we also have in juxtaposition the rock painting complexes such as Bhimbetka, which is very much within the reach of the fossil sites which we have from Hoshangabad and entire region, which is known as richest next to fossils from Shivalis to Northwest India. Or for that matter, when we look at this rock art and the coordinated fauna, we just start looking at how the fossil record is, of course, as Charles Darwin is very wonderfully portrayed, remarked in his Origin of Species, that the fossils are an honest fossil evidence or an honest representation of what really has been in the past as far as the fossil record is, the life of the animals of the past is concerned. So from that, we just quickly go to this zoomorphology, zoomorphs, and physiognomy of animal motifs, which is the first and the foremost. When we study rock art and when we study the fossil record, we find a lot of similarities between the two. Of course, I do not compare in total, but when what we see is what has been seen by the prehistoric man, he is putting up on walls, either by means of painting or etching or engravings, but what is not being seen is not there. So when we look at the fad and the lad, the first appearance datum or last appearance datum of fossils, or the presence of fossils, if there are records of fossils, or if animals have survived in this region and if they had a chance to get buried and get fossilized, we are bound to find them in the form of fossils. And something which has not been seen by the artists, paleo artists, not been painted. So something like either in the form of a fossil record or in the form of painted fossil record is all go somewhat very similar to one another. So this, what has not been seen, not been painted. What has been seen has been engraved or painted. Of course, there are some exemptions to that statement, but if we look at this, just a chronology part of it, which of course we have pioneers sitting in the audience and they will enlighten us much better way. But I just taken this help of this slide to introduce a certain chronological sequences, what has been established by the scholars of rock art for the last nearly 100 years, or perhaps more than 100 years. And so we know that they are the art of hunter-gatherers and the art of pastoralists and agriculturists. But when we look at this, experimentation, I'm not an authority to talk on all these issues at this point of time, but I'm just throwing a quick, brief light upon the instrumentation, the technologies which have been used upon the fossil, the rock paintings across the world, paintings, etchings, all across the world, and what methods have been utilized for, either for identification, either for perhaps for dating. So these techniques are today very much in vogue and are very useful means of understanding or enriching our own knowledge and clarifying some of the doubts about its historicity, its antiquity, and so on and so forth. Because there is also a subject called taphonomy of paleo art, which pioneer Dr. Robert Bednarik has been talking about. And if we know, as very rightly pointed out by Dr. Pundalik about, that we see paintings, but we don't see the canvas. And the canvas is very important for us to know what vagaries of nature the canvas has survived through, that we can look at how the art or the etching is still remaining on this rock surfaces. And of course, when we come to Konkan, then this Kathar Shilpa is absolutely an exceptional form where we have laterites becoming a beautiful canvas. Of course, very rough as far as the canvas is concerned. So with that, we come to the next one. Of course, some examples of, there are more dates are coming up, but some dates of Bhimbedkar that I just collected from the published literature and brought them here to your kind attention. Then we have this rock art chronostratigraphy, which is really a conundrum because not many people have come up with many. I not brought the table here. The table has Dr. Tyagi, Dr. Matpal, Dr. Giriraj Kumar, Dr. V.S. Wakankar, and many more such people who have come up with the categorization, especially with regard to Bhimbedkar, when I'm saying so. When we have this hunter-gatherers and pastoralists and domesticators, all that we see very successive differences, and then again there is a question of superimposition, how the older art and someone has come later on and painted upon that. So this kind of succession in the fossil record that we see here is also an important branch of study that rock art scholars have been carrying out successfully. So these are the various stratigraphical conundrums that we have been successfully overcoming many a time. Then the question is that in paleontology, or for that matter in archaeozoology, we have first and foremost important step is how to identify And what is the identification of taxon that we have bones of? First of all, when we have this physical evidence, then we have bones. And these bones sort of, which part of the skeleton? They are the teeth. If teeth, then upper, lower, which side, whose, then carnivore, herbivore, omnivore, etc., etc. So that this first stage is the most important. In fact, if there is a mistake in the first stage, then perhaps the entire thing will be nothing but a castle of sand. So that's a castle of playing cards. So it will be perhaps most essential for us. So for any one of us studying rock art, first and the foremost requirement is that we must be very carefully documenting when it comes to identification. Documentation is done, of course, once. Like for example, here it will be documented. It has been and it will be even in future documented by drones and aerial photography and so on and so forth. But once they are there on the screen, it is a very, very meticulous job, because we know that these animals are not in nature. They have been either carved or painted, where there is always a human element involved. So the subjectivity, of course, has to be understood. And another interesting thing which I find in this Konkan geoglyphs is that we have a lot of superimposition when it comes to art, paintings, but here superimposition is not really at all a matter of concern, because it's not really possible. So how do we study the painted, the engraved or painted records? So in that, the animal identification is the first and the foremost step of your research methodology, followed by your how can we differentiate between different animal forms, same animal being depicted differently in different periods. The periods which have been categorized as per the rock art scholar, that okay, this is later, this is recent. And in that, when we see the differentiation or sort of, different additions or deletions in the paintings, it has been used by, successfully used by Mussolini and Namibian art. In Namibia, rock art, they examined this sheep domestication. They traced the sheep domestication through rock art. They found that yes, there are paintings, and those representations are showing very, very subtle way of what you call it, familiarity with the human figures. At the same time, the morphological features which are showing from wild to feral to domestic, and which was coincidentally was also confirmed with the excavated materials. They did have this in the process of excavations from the same site. When they collected the sheep bones, they were able to talk about the domestication process, which is evident in the skeletons as well. So this kind of a thing was a kind of inspiration for all of us here. We just want to look for how something similar, not just trying to pull out something out of it, but just to see how we can make use of this research methodology of Mussolini. We can make it possible on our record of rock art. So we have looked into physiognomy, and in fact, one of the earliest papers by late Dr. Badam and I, when we thought of, we took Bhimbetka as a complex of, as a case study, and we looked at the possibilities of various paleo communities existing at that point of time, and how this fauna from whatever, and Dr. Giriraj Kumar would definitely explain you beautifully that how phase A, B, C, D, E, F and all, how this corresponds to changing periods, equally documented or complemented by theme, style, and color and the paintings, and how that has been helpful for us to understand that changing periods, how the ecology can also be deciphered, or a community structure can be deciphered. And that was something which we did. Then again in 2007, we tried to show that how certain parameters had to be recognized for documentation, because ostrich has been a major controversy in rock art, of course. One school of scholars feel that yes, it is there, and some people do feel that yes, it may not be. So that kind of a controversy goes on in rock art, of course, with various animals. But recently, Chakrabarti and I, we looked into the cattle domestication process, or cattle breeds for that matter. So it was a broad spectrum, like we took a larger canvas from central, north, and south of India, and we looked into how the rock art in different parts is coming up with different kind of depictions, and portrayal is different way. Now this picture of a bull is absolutely an example that I'm showing here. When we have rhinoceros, of course, the horns or the hump and all will change. But when I'm just giving an example of how various parameters are taken into consideration. For example, so we have horn shape, size, tail length, hump size, dewlip, sex, posture, muzzle size, part of herd, cattle, adult, style, other observations. And if we take this template for each and every figure of that particular animal which is being seen there, painting or etching or engraving, I'm taking at this point of time all in totality, that if we take all these examples, all this categorization for all these animals, then how we can we obtain some results? Can this be meaningful? So this is just another example that I'm showing you here for the benefit of our sequence of thoughts, that we looked at how from different parts, numerous observations. Of course, we depended upon the published data, because many of such things it's impossible to go out to the field and document, and they're already been systematically and very beautifully, meticulously published in literature. So looking at how we can make use of these observations for changing pictures. Forget about X-rays, but here we also have one good example of domestic and wild. And Bhimbetka, as for example, some jungle scenes with the wild animals are so exclusively and so in a subtle way they are portrayed that you just don't confuse them with as domesticated, because of course there are no stick-like figures rushing to control them, unlike the rhino hunt where there are so many stick-like figures are in a hurry and perhaps scared of. So this way, when we look at sites from different parts of the country, put them in a total group, try to do a sort of computation of this information from each animal. If you take example of cattle, if you take example of elephants, take example of rhinoceroses, or take example of, because there are certain animals which can always be confusing to the viewer. And there are certain animals which are with even little morphological tip, we can say it's an elephant, but we know for sure that India has only one single Asian elephant, that is Elephas maximus indicus. And there could be variations, but within the limits of Indian subcontinent, not subcontinent, within the limits of Indian territory, the elephant that we have is certainly common to all, and we just cannot go on saying that, okay, there could be a possibility of two different species of elephants. So using this premise or using this principle, we can just start on documenting each animal from each presentation, and then take that. I'm not talking about dimensions, because dimensions are not like where we do osteology, and osteometry involves measurements and then all sorts of quantification. That is not possible here. So don't size too big or too small could be a stylistic variation, or perhaps wanted to show with something else in mind. But that kind of a thing taken is something most. This is just a very interesting example that Bhimbetka showing giraffe. मेरे ख्याल से मैं सही बता रहा हूँ ना डॉक्टर साहब गिरिराज जी, यहाँ नहीं है, क्योंकि इनकी किताब में, मटपाल जी की किताब में, किताब से आपको रेफरेंस बता रहा हूँ, मटपाल जी की पुस्तक में ये दिया हुआ है इसका. So if at all that's a giraffe, okay, consider for a while that it's a giraffe, and giraffe has been out of India in lower Pleistocene. So after lower Shivalics, we have no evidence of giraffe whatsoever in Indian territory. Whatever we have today perhaps has come from that too very recently, and a few tens of years through zoo and all that. But otherwise, there's no reference of that. But if there is a giraffe, there is a typical, this is just an example that of one of the reliefs I have given from Africa, that how the giraffe is a giraffe cannot be mistaken. So this kind of, what you call it, aberration, I don't know what to call it, but this kind of portrayal puts us in doubt that was it something which, why was it painted accordingly? Now, while looking at this cattle and breeds, we just thought that we can look, first of all, look at the morphology, the zoo morphology of all the cattle breeds that we have in India. So we took Gir, Brahman, Gujarat, Sahiwal, and Kankaraj, and tried to look for how they go close to one another with area versus, good, you reminded me. Okay, then these are just examples of so many paintings with stick-like hump, little hump, genitals are very clear. Then at the same time, you have, they're very animated looking, and like that. The horns are getting thinner and thinner, and sideward expansion is getting more prominent. Somewhere this guy is being killed by two stick-like figures. Or you come to this Jaora in central India, or you come to Mehboob Nagar, Kadapa district. Those each has a typical characteristic feature which is limited to that region. You don't find this kind of paintings in Bhimbetka. You don't find this kind of paint. Of course, I'm not talking about the periodization. I'm talking in general about it. If you look at the contemporary paintings of the same period of Andhra Pradesh, Kadapa, you don't find a similar portrayal in the north. So somewhere we are also dealing with this, not stylization, but possibly what they have seen honestly documented in the paintings. If that's the case, then we can certainly come up with quantification of those paintings, and in general talking about how they have been. This methodology can be a useful means of classifying those animals for precise identification, as being the first step of any fauna analysis. Now, of course, this map is borrowed from Dr. Gokte, Shirvalkar, and Pradhan's published article. It's a very old article of 2003 or 4 or 5, I guess. And then we have this, what in last 3 days that I was being taken to different places, different clusters. What we found here is that we have Hanuman Langur, we have grey mongoose kind of a thing. I could see one of those. Then we have tiger, we have Indian elephant, we have cattle, smaller bovids, deer species. Now the question is that when it comes to deer, the antlers are so unique to each species that, and here we don't know how they have been, there's single beam or bestine, trestine and the tip, so that's not clearly seen. So we cannot call them as perhaps sambar or swamp deer or spotted deer, because unlike in Bhimbetka paintings in particular, it's possible that they can show the spots and it becomes a spotted deer. That's not the case here. We have wild boar as well as, and we have monitor lizard, peacock, unidentifiable birds, variety of fishes including sharks, stingray and python. So this is what we have seen here. When we look at these, none of these engravings have any kind of an action or any kind of interaction with man and animals. Animals are there and men are there. That's about. So no hunting as such like what we see in here. There's one elephant, massive elephant with so many within the limits of this elephant, so many animals. This reminded me of this particular picture from Jaora, where this man at the end of the day carrying his meticulously killed game and going home. When it comes to that kind of an expression, we can certainly interpret this way. But how do we interpret the elephant with so many? So that's always, of course, yes, another 2 minutes. And then we have this jellyfish. When does jellyfish swarm the coast? That's a very interesting publication I chanced upon recently in one of the publications from Science Digest, Science Reviews. And it tells us about that in 1995 and 2019, there have been jellyfish swarming across Goa, Karwar, and Mumbai and between also. So I just wonder that what has been seen has been portrayed or has been carved out. So what jellyfish we have, it's next to impossible to talk about which species of jellyfish. There have been hundreds of species. But when it comes to the jellyfish in particular, this gives an example that possibly this has made them familiar with this. Such phenomena might have been helpful for them to figure out. Or for example, stingray. Stingray, I don't know. I'm afraid whether I have seen any stingray here. But maybe I have not seen all. I just taken a snapshot of a few engravings here. So I need to spend more time. Then maybe we'll be able to precisely go for what kind of, because shapes, if you look at the size, 26 inches in length and 14 inches in width is really a big fish. And that's why it just can't be ignored by anybody who just sits and takes a note of that. This picture of rhinoceros I myself had taken in Kaziranga when I was carrying out my fieldwork in Kaziranga. So this is something very natural because the animal is there in flesh and blood. So it's animals which have been found there, which are no longer there, and the animals which have been possibly been there, it's claimed, and they're not there at all. So this is, of course, very much there at Rhinoceros unicornis. And hippopotamus is something which has been claimed, it has been felt that one of those big, massive, boar-looking guy might be of hippopotamus. Naika, apan je kaal pahle the. So then in that, the interesting part is that snout, small snout, broad and small snout, and protuberance on the orbits is the most important feature of hippopotamus, besides other factors which we are not talking about right now. Short legs is of course common. Then this character is the adaptive trait for hippos to survive in water, because they float, they remain at the bottom of this, or maybe they'll float, keeping nostrils and eyes up in air. So this is a typical adaptive trait that we see in hippopotamus, and that is something which I was looking for when I saw that. But anyway, possibly we might really chance upon it, but at this point of time, I'm afraid if we have at all any such kind of an animal. Hippopotamus has been found these many places across Myanmar and Borneo and so many other places, and it has also gone to Sri Lanka. This is a distribution of hippo. Hippos arrived in India in 4.5 million years ago. They traveled down to, but in Shivalik and northwest India, they disappeared towards the lower Pleistocene, and then their kin and kith start traveling towards central India, then further down. There have been multiple discussions upon whether there are 2 species of hippos or 3 species, which we are not concerned at this point of time. But I'm just trying to share with you this information that last hippo, which is thought to be of 19,000, and then of course there is a recent publication also which claims that hippo has survived into Holocene, and also there is one bone fragment which is claimed to be of hippo in a Mesolithic site of Mahada. So anyway, that's again a big question mark, because one of the world authorities on hippos has declined calling it a hippo from the Mesolithic site of Uttar Pradesh. So this, and then this is the late Pleistocene fauna that we find in India. So if you look at this, I made it a point to show them in profile. So we are able to see them, Paleosudan, which is becoming extinct. These two are, look at, this is straight tusked. And these are elephants, Elephas, Bibos, Rhinoceros, Equus. So these are all animals. Many of them are there in engravings in our complex in Konkan. But now just we had to meticulously see. It's just my 3 days of Uzurni, so I think I need to spend more of months here to understand exactly what it means. Now, when we look at extinction of animals, this Zucker and Tervi et al., we had very interesting observations made upon when did these animals disappear. So we have this animal disappearing, hippo, again a question mark of 10,000, which is said to be early Holocene in that case, Stegodon, Paleosudan, a zebra-like horse, and Struthiocamelus ostrich and Bos pneumaticus. And these are the animals which are even living today. So we are looking at the age by which time these animals became extinct. That has to be seen now, that has to be investigated. Then again, we have this definite dates of extinction of certain animals. So these are all the lads, last datum of appearance for these many animals. Bos pneumaticus, we have Chopuni Mando is the year of that. Then hippo, Ghod Valley so far. Now we still need to confirm whether this Holocene is falling in place or not. Then horse in Ghod Valley, Namgaon, 21,000. Elephant, 2 types of different elephants of primitive kinds, disappearing in Manjra Valley in 24,000, 26,000. And the ostrich, Sakshal Pimpri in this will be Maharashtra, which has been reported by Dr. Sheila Mishra, going to 17,000. So if we look at these dates, they're very important because each one of us is topping with a huge hurdle of how to date these geoglyphs. So if we look at this, use this as a canvas, as a backdrop of these have already disappeared. And then as we were discussing in the morning, so these can we use them as supplementary indicators of paleo environment. And then we come to this, what came from what went where. So we look at these elephants and mastodons and apes. They come from Africa. And there, this arrival is Miocene and even around that. And insectivores, so the whole list of animals which are you see on the right-hand side, they are moved from Indian subcontinent towards Africa. So if we keep this in mind, then it becomes very easy for us to remember that, hey prani the asu shakatni ithle nahi sate. The animals don't belong to this landscape at all. And that too for that ancient times I'm talking about. And then so we look at them as environmental archives, that how do we take these animals as important for environmental reconstruction, paleoecology. So we have this paleo community structure where we have riverbank, fossorial, terrestrial, or arboreal and avian. So out of which, when we identify these animals, these different species, I wouldn't call it species, I would stick to only say about genus or a group of animals, then how do we put them in category after having confirmed their species and genus level? And if that's the case, are we going to talk like that? This is one of the old pictures from one of the published papers from Narmada Valley, but I just brought it here to give an example of how woodland, grassland, swamps, and sandy plains, that reconstruction is emerging as out of fossil record. So if we can make use of this entire data, put in position, put in place, and reconstruct paleo environment. So whatever animals have been identified so far from Konkan come as a huge challenge, and we look forward to a larger landscape and larger wildlife, and perhaps a lesson to learn how conservation is important, that how because paleontology has one of the most important role to play in as far as modern day is concerned, that how not to let animals become extinct. So we must learn from the past, that how the animals have become extinct, so why? So how we can stop we can pull them back from the brink of extinction. So I think keeping this in mind, I once again thank audience and of course our Honorable Director and Assistant Director, Deputy Director, and all the audience here to have me listen to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sate. We'll just take one question, please, just to stick to time.
My apology, I have taken too much of time.
This is not the question, but the comment only, a brief comment. As we talk about the cattle, and it is important to understand it in the Konkan petroglyphs in terms of throughout India in the rock paintings, we have also brought out a special issue of Pura Kala on the cattle domestication, and the cattle domestication started in India with the humpless cattle throughout India, from north to south, number one thing. And the specific evidence comes from Chambal Valley, where the humpless cattle was, the persons are riding on it, and a lot of evolution is there. The second thing, then I went through the fossil records, the published fossil records. The scholars just mentioned it is the wild cattle or the domestic cattle, but don't say anything about the humped cattle or humpless cattle. But the evidence comes from the rock art. Now, the second thing, when we see the dating evidence of the Neolithic culture. So, from Mehergarh in the northwest to the Chambal Valley and other things. So it starts near about 9,000 or 10,000 near about in the Mehergarh, and then the Chambal Valley is the 8,000 to 9,000. Then it comes to, in Konkan Valley, then it comes to, and in South India it is 5,000 based on the dates. Now comes to this Konkan, particularly. In this Konkan area, we have seen the rock art, the geoglyphs, right from south of this Konkan to this part of this region, and we have not seen even a single depiction of cattle there.
There is cattle here.
No
Is there cattle here?
No. No, yes, sir. What I want to say, the geoglyphs have been made at different times. You can understand it through the technology used, and also particularly special technology used. And initially they have been made by direct percussion, then indirect percussion, but specifically some of them have been made by using the metal implements. So there is a chronological development also, but you can see the humped cattle in Goa. So there is a big question, why cattle is not represented in this region. It is not the question of cattle is not there, so all the petroglyphs belong to the prehistoric period. No, it is not seen.
I never said so. I never said that.
Pardon?
I
No,
never
no,
meant
no.
that.
You are not saying. I'm talking this is general to understand the geoglyphs of this region.
Yeah.
To understand. So, in future, the persons who are in charge here or who are doing this work, they have to give the answer to this. Why the cattle is not there? This is my submission. Okay.
Found in Sindhudurga. It is a part of Konkan area.
Chitradurga in Sindhudurga.
Cattle was just an example. Cattle were just an example that a similar kind of a hypothesis has to be built upon.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Sade, to show you sign of time, but I wish I had zero budget and I could give any scholar liberty to speak all day long ex tempo. I wish I could really do that.
No, I wouldn't take much of your time anymore.
Thank you so much for the presentation, sir.
Thank you so much.
And now, can I have Dr. Aparna Vatvesh? Aparna heads an organization called Biome, and she has an expertise in the local biodiversity. She'll be talking about the Konkan Plateau biodiversity and the traditional knowledge.
Thank you so much, and it was wonderful to listen to all the discussions since the morning. I must thank Dr. Garge and Sri Darvi and all the team that has made it possible for researchers from such different disciplines to come here. And I must thank also Government of Maharashtra and Government of Goa to give support to scholarly discussions on such an interesting topic. I was just thinking, listening to all the time periods discussed, and I think our subject, we can call it really ephemeral. We are talking about species that have maybe 2 weeks to 2 months of life period. But if you look at them from evolutionary time, they are very old. So it's hard to say whether they are old or new. It's interesting to talk about biodiversity in any case. So I'll just quickly run through, and I request somebody from here to give me a heads up 10 minutes ahead, because the topic is such that we can go on discussing. Most of you who have come from South India may be more familiar with this landscape. And if you look at general ecological work on rocky areas in the world, it has mostly focused on the Inselbergs. So there are very good papers, there are books from Australia, from Africa, from different parts of the world. But if you look at this landscape that we are today sitting in and talking about, in 2001, when I got pulled into this topic, there were maybe just 4 papers, and very few papers have come from Australia now. We are lucky that where I started as postdoc person, in Agharkar Research Institute, there is consistently one researcher or another working on it now. There's a very good team which is working on flora, and we have other groups who are working on fauna. So my knowledge is part of a larger group of researchers, Rock Outcrop Network, as the name we take for ourselves. Suhas Gurjar, who's sitting here, is one of our founder members. We started in 2012 because we realized that unless we come together, the topics of our research are going to disappear. The threads you have all seen, quarrying, mining, infrastructure development, they were just eating into the rocky landscape. Basalt as well as laterite is a very interesting material to build into. And therefore, we thought that unless we come together and start talking of conservation, our topics of interest are going to be disappearing very fast. So this is a classic profile that you see, the basalt, the layers between the basalt and the vegetation is all depending upon the weathering. So what you see here, what you see at the back is a forest which is on fairly weathered soils or on screeds sometimes. But what you see in front, something that grows on maybe a few millimeters of soil, we call it azonal vegetation. I think the zonation of soil is not seen. And things that grow here are really small. They can use nutrients in very small micro quantities also. But that is why you find species here which are extremely unique. Those which will not be able to compete with the forest plants, but those which have adapted to open rocky areas, they are the ones that you see here. This is general map of laterite and lateritic plateaus. And if you see, the ones on the top are really like tiny, tiny islands. We call them terrestrial habitat islands. And therefore, you have a lot of species forming on them because they are like islands. The ones in Konkan and Ratnagiri, Sindhudurga area are vast plateaus. You have endemics, but we have very broadly distributed endemics. Sometimes they go up to Goa, sometimes even up to North Kerala. This is the high altitude plateau, one which is not disturbed. This is from Kolhapur, and these are prime localities for bauxite. Fortunately, mining has been regulated very extensively because this is a Western Ghat being a hotspot of biodiversity, but you never know. And this is the one which we are just sitting on, like we are sitting on a place which is built on Konkan Plateau. The same picture that Thakur Desai sir had shown, they go up to the coast. I won't be talking more about the geology now. But if you look at the seasonal variation, we have 8 months of dry period and just 4 months or even less of wet period, and the rain comes down in torrents when it comes. And you have this stark change from almost nothing to green, ephemeral, wetland kind of situation to mass blooming where everything which is in vegetative conditions suddenly blooms. That's a strategy that the plants have used. And then they are taken over by the grasses. Grasses are the most dominant, but they will not be called as grasslands because grasslands have a very different ecology. Life here depends a lot upon these 3 parameters: temperature, soil moisture, soil depth, and nutrients. This is true for today, and if we think it is also true for a very long period when these vegetation types have evolved. So the changes in soil moisture, the changes in nutrients because of the weathering, I would say both have been responsible for what we see on them today. The vegetation data, like we don't know how far back we can go, but what has been said by those few studies which have happened here, that the vegetation that we see here has been here for almost 10,000 years at least. But the genera that you see here are likely to be about 1.5 to 2 million years old. For archaeologists and geologists, this is probably something that is eating into their rocks and into their monuments. But this is what is the start of the vegetation. Cyanolichens, crustose lichens, they can directly degrade the rock because of their special nature, the enzymes that they secrete. And that is the start of the soil formation or humus formation. This is called as biological crust. Further ahead, you get cushions of moss. Moss being tolerant of very dry and very wet conditions. They establish some of the moss cushions that you see may be just this small, but they could be about 50 years old because they grow very slowly. This biological crust or cryptogamic crust is the base of life because unless that is formed, nothing else can take root here. Nothing else can grow on the rock. They need some humus, they need some micronutrients which are released from the rock, and that's why they are key features. Next are the ferns, again cryptogams because they are non-flowering species. They grow in crevasses, they need deep soil. Most of them have this ability or adaptation that we call as desiccation tolerance, poikilohydry, or better, easier word for that is resurrection. they are perennial, but they will appear as if they are dead for almost 8 months of dry period. As soon as the water comes, they can open out, start photosynthesis, and then go back to dormancy when it dries. And this is the kind of flora that we have been seeing in the cryptogams. More recently, these adaptations are being discovered even in the higher plants like grasses. That's a very interesting fact and very exciting fact for the ecologists, because this landscape is one of the largest in the world which is dominated by resurrection plants. So if we are talking about heritage, for us now we are talking about natural heritage in a very different manner. Then we have freshwater puddles, ponds of different depths. What grows into them differs. These are all endemics, sorry, not nymphoides, but these two are endemics. The one below, Corinandra, was discovered from the South Ratnagiri plateaus, and it's pretty unique. It's a beautiful plant. They are all water-loving plants. You also have water-loving fauna, very typical, very ancient, if you look at evolution, short-lived, maybe 2 months maximum. And there are different types. This is a shrimp, this is a tadpole shrimp, but you have different types of shrimps. We'll see one later on also. This is where the vegetation kind of is unique. This is ephemeral flush vegetation, where you have very shallow soil, very gentle slope, and water seeping through. And that is where you have dominance of a group called Eriocolon and Utricularia. Same picture I could pass out as African picture. Same pictures from East Africa, same pictures from West Africa. I couldn't fool the Australians so much, but yes, they do have something very related. The point is, from Australia to Brazil, what we call as the Gondwana people, Gondwana friends, we have similar kind of things. I think the Gondwana term is used very differently in your thing, but from the flora vegetation point of view, what we are seeing on rock outcrops all along this are similar families. May not be the same genera, but the evolution of the flora, not of the landscape, evolution of the flora is very similar. This is, I think, somewhere near Gorup to Gaukhadi. This is the blue sheen that you see is Utricularia. This is an insectivorous plants. The landscape is characterized by dominance of insectivores, a very unique character which you will not see elsewhere. These are the largest flowered Utricularias. The flowers are for pollination, but they eat insects out of their extensive network of very fine roots and on bladders. Other groups of which we talk about Drosera, again dominant. The reason why these species are here is because they have less competition, because no other large plants dominate them, and because they also have a way of getting the nutrients which are not there in the soil. So phosphates or whatever they need, they can get directly from the insects. I'm just going to show them as pretty pictures. Why they are so pretty and why they are so beautiful and colorful is because they have to live and they have to regenerate in a very short period of time. They are very small. So unless they bloom in millions, they are not going to attract any insect pollinator. So therefore you have a large number of them having this brilliant coloring just to attract the pollinators. The pollinators, this is a heaven for pollinators from different taxa. Very less work has been done, but yes, they are food areas for a lot of pollinators, from small insects to large butterflies as well. Then we come to the unique aspects of this. This is Dipkadi conkanens, named based on Konkan. This very recently we assessed it as part of the world's threat assessment. This is endangered. Although it is seen from, say, Ratnagiri to up to North Goa, its populations have drastically reduced because the only habitat available for that has been reducing. The lateritic plateaus that we see, they look very extensive, but when you are looking at it from Google Earth or traveling on them, you will realize how much of the original plateau is gone. And this species cannot deal with disturbance. Although you see small populations, there are very few places like this. So in Dr. Mirgar, who worked on it, found almost only 4 places in this landscape where it can grow up to these numbers. Very short-lived, maybe 2 weeks, and then you won't see it. The fauna is nowhere close to the large mammals that you are seeing in petroglyphs. Maybe a few of the deer and jackals can be seen. Fauna is all like this. They are the carnivores, they are the herbivores in the landscape. Most of them are pretty unique. They are narrow-niched. They live under the boulders, and we did a recent study with help of NCF, and they actually looked under the boulders. Diversity of taxa were seen. Because of their narrowness and because of their lack of long-range dispersal, you see a lot of species breeding locally between themselves and therefore leading to speciation. New species are constantly being discovered here, and if you look at it from a distribution point of view, you can make out which is a wider species. Again endemic, this is Ceropegia attenuata, but in Nashik, in Anjaneri, you see Ceropegia anjanerica. Down south near Amboli, you see Ceropegia jaini. All of them will be seen only on a few plateaus and nowhere else. Exactly the same process has happened in case of some other animals like this Hemidactylus. Hemidactylus are our general geckos, but you see a lot of species forming. Low altitude plateaus are distinct from the high altitude plateaus, so you have completely separate species on them. Same, I can go on repeating this for lichens, for amphibians, for different taxa. The reason being islanding. As soon as you have an island which the animal cannot cross, species start forming. So speciation is an ongoing process here. That is why we are talking about biological heritage. It's an ongoing process. If I'm coming here, say another 200 years later, I may see some of the species very well developed and not breeding with others. This is just a general overview of what we get. Poaceae, the grass family definitely is dominant. Very high endemism is seen there. But now I come to our own species. How much time we have? Just keep an eye. So we come to our own species, and the way, especially the Konkan landscape, is very heavily modified. That has had its plus and minus points for the biodiversity. So some interesting things that we have seen, I'll talk about it later. The traditional homesteads are actually all around the plateaus, even here and even on the top, except the pastorals. That's probably because the plateau tops are very dry and very difficult and extreme conditions to live in. And if you have option of living anywhere, then obviously nearer to the water that is coming out, you'll see. So this is a plateau that we try to mark the land use right now. And we see this mosaic, the pink one being the open rocky scrub area. And you see some agriculture. Agriculture has had its ups and downs. It was created, then it's gone back. All depending upon how the water has been made accessible. Wherever there has been possibility of making water available or natural water sources, people have lived and used them. This is actually from, some of you may have flown through Mopa airport. This is picture from Mopa when it was a plateau. Below that, so Mopa airport is somewhere below, but below that you get water coming out, and people have created systems in which you get almost perennial water sources. This is from Adivre, where in this landscape you will see different types of lateritic wells, deep ones, square ones, the step wells and all depending upon how water moves through laterite and how it can be accessed. So this is one of the most attractive of the times. Generally near Ganpati times, everybody is out collecting things here. There are some species which are wildflower species which are collected, used for decoration. So I'm talking about last 2 years of our work where we asked people what do they use from the plateaus, and they were talking about certain vegetables. certain fruits that are collected, some for ritual purposes, some for medicinal purposes. But this we thought very interesting, and there's a paper now on it. Another service that people get from the plateau is fodder, which is becoming less and less relevant today because the cattle numbers have shrunk. This is probably the only landscape where grass is in surplus, so much so that people in some places are ready to burn it because otherwise it will cause a hazard. Once upon a time, I'm sure when the agropastoral communities were there, this would have been very much greatly in demand for various things, including thatching to others. So looking at all this, what we have realized is that this is what we call as a socio-ecological landscape. Apart from the biotic factors, people have been equally responsible in making changes in the landscape, and the biodiversity has reacted to it. This is a sacred grove. This is Barazan sacred grove, again from Goa. It's not like forests are not there, but they're only in certain locations. And because people have extensively used fuel wood or for ash cultivation, they have cut the scrubs also. Very few places you will see good natural vegetation. Natural means of the past semi-evergreen nature. But you do have sacred groves here. In the streams along the plateaus, there are riparian patches which have some endemic tree species in plenty. I mean, it was a shock to us also to see them in plenty, but they are there. Okay, so coming back to socio-ecological landscape, this is one study that was done last year, no, year before that actually, it's published now. So our student Jatin, he looked at 3 different animals and how they have reacted or how they use the landscape. 2 of them, the Hemidactylus and the H's, that's the saw-scaled viper, they're definitely affected negatively. But the third one, Giginophis, it's a legless amphibian, it's actually reacted positively and it uses the abandoned paddy. So it's very difficult for us to figure out what the landscape was before based on just how the species are behaving, because some of them may be using certain microhabitats and actually grown because of people using them. Some of them may have reduced. They're all, like these 2 are definitely endemic, so we can't even go by what they're doing. Something similar we have seen in case of plants as well. Coming down to this, petroglyphs for us is a new discovery. Honestly, if Nisarga Yatri and Garge sir had not organized the 2018 symposium, none of us would have known. Because our eyes were so trained onto the vegetation, we did not realize that we are walking on something so unique. This is Devi Hasor, and Devi Hasor, I find it very interesting because it is definitely the cultural heritage, but there is a location of a newly discovered clam shrimp from there, so that's also biological heritage. And there are many more incidences where this can be shown. Both are affected by exactly the same things. I'm not pointing to the quarries only, I'm just talking about the overall way of looking at this landscape as a wasteland. And that continues even after so much research. The topo sheets show the same thing. The wasteland atlas, even if you ask for it today, is going to show these as wasteland. It may show different categories, but it still will be wasteland. And as long as they are wasteland, they are easily available for various things. Some of the work that we are doing, I think we can talk more about it later, and was to go out and talk about this from what we have seen, create posters, everything in Marathi. There's a Rock Outcrops of India site where we keep posting material, and we hope to link with more and more people who can give us guidance of how to go for conservation from here. I think I'll stop here, there's 5 minutes. So.
Thank you, Aparna. Do you need one line to conclude or something?
Just wonderful to be here. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days.
Okay, we'll just take the queries.
First of all, thank you very much for your valuable presentation. So I have one simple question. It is these vernal pools have any report of the fairy shrimps from this region?
Yes, yes, sir. So there are fairy shrimps, and one of them is newly discovered from the Satara plateaus, higher altitude plateaus.
Right.
More work on the fairy shrimps has happened in the higher altitudes. Lower altitudes, I don't think, but there will be. I mean, it's not like they're not there. I've seen them, but report has been more from the higher altitude plateaus.
And how long this eggs can survive in the, if it's dried in as per any records?
So interestingly, I didn't speak about it, but just like plants have desiccation tolerance, fairy shrimps are known to have desiccation tolerance here in the high altitude. And it's in the kids who in Satara, walking on the plateaus, told us that they take the soil, put it in aquarium, and shrimps come out at any point of time. So we confirmed it with zoologist Dr. Hemant Ghate, and he's been studying them. So Leptus cereal, I believe it's, Leptus cereal is a clam shrimp. Fairy shrimp, I forgot the name, but yes, they have seen it.
Yeah,
and
we have.
Gujral Kaka actually has a very beautiful picture from Kamalgarh.
From lower altitude.
Yes,
We
and
have,
they form these large shoals and go round and round.
yeah, we have report from 2,400 meters in the Anamadi region. So,
Anamadi, yeah, that's.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your excellent lecture. And what I feel, this biodiversity can also be added as one of the OUV. When you go, besides archaeological things, this can really, it will strengthen the dossier. And another information I wanted, you show some lichens. Have you ever noticed lichens, you know, when it becomes old, color changes and all that, it grows one above the other. If that sort of situation is there, that will help us in going for a relative dating. Because there is a process called, which you call a lichenometry. It grows in a particular rate. And NBRI in Lucknow, they are working on these lichenometry and all that. That can be adopted if lichens are there, which are of several times, you know, growing one above the other and all that.
So we have in Agarkar Research Institute one scientist, Dr. Gayatri Chittade. She's been associated with this group for almost 10 plus years now. She's a Saxicolous lichen specialist. She and her guide, they did the Saxicolous flora of Maharashtra, and they have amazing collections. She now has a DST project. This is her second one. In the first project, she looked at 2 plateaus in Satara and documented ecology of lichens, how they change because of disturbance. So there we have a lot of issue with tourist trampling, and lichen flora gets disturbed. So she has worked on that and will be publishing very soon. But this second one, she is looking at quarries, old quarry sites, old mine sites, and looking at how the lichen flora is coming back on some of the open boulders. I think where the petroglyphs are opened newly, one can start documentation from now on. I think the first thing would be cyanolichens that are coming in, but we can always ask her to come and take a look and keep monitoring for some. And she can give some pointers. She almost has a handbook ready, and with simple techniques, one can maybe in college, Gokte College or somewhere, if they can take sections, she can show how to identify up to genus level at least. Oh, I would love to.
Because we don't know the time tab, that's what I'm saying. We'll have to look for certain places where there is a constant growth. That we can push it back to the surface. When there is no other way, there's nothing wrong with the science.
One thing that may be very difficult in this is because of the way different lichens react. So what she saw was that some of the lichens, they are tolerant of disturbance, and they can even withstand fires. They just secrete some acids which protect them, and though that reduces their growth. So the growth of lichens can vary from very small things. So therefore, I don't know, maybe we'll have to have some supporting documentation of micro environment also for that. But yeah.
Okay, we can take just one last question and then we wrap this session.
Thanks for the wonderful presentation. So my question is not only to you, probably we can take it up later for wider discussion as well. You mentioned about the seasonal cycles of these short-lived species, vegetation growth. So, are there any ways to decide where to remove them and where not to remove them at all? Because we have, for improving the visibility, we have been periodically removing it from the engravings, especially. So, do you have any thoughts on that and how we can go about it?
This is a very difficult question because I will always stand on the side of our taxa and say don't remove them. But no, I'm sorry, jokes apart, I understand the concern that you have. The thing is that how much ever you remove, these species are very, they create millions of seeds. So you will have to do it every year. They are going to come and they are going to establish because that's what they are designed for. Open rock is ideal for them. They'll come, establish and start growing. That is something I think you people will be better at telling us. The lichens, if you have lichens establishing, they are going to eat through it, but the process is going to be very slow. So, but I don't know. Honestly, more than the petroglyphs or the lichens or whatever, I'm worried about the tourists are going to come and what they're going to do to the surrounding landscape. And any change in the surroundings, a wall, a diverted spring, a diverted stream, some leaf litter is going to lead to, explosive effects on the flora and fauna around. Flora may be more tolerant, fauna definitely is going to be affected. So I think conservation-wise, we'll have to look at it in an integrated manner only. Because we are talking about a hotspot area, biodiversity hotspot area, processes which are still leading to new species, and we have so much being discovered right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aparna. And in the close of this session, what I can say is we navigated between geology to zoology, then traditional knowledge, and then very importantly, biodiversity. Thankfully, all of the convergences is going to bring us slightly closer to understanding the geoglyphs a little better. And I hand over the mic to you.
Thank you so much to all the speakers and the moderator. I invite Dr. Garge to please felicitate our speakers and moderator. Professor Surinder Thakur Desai will be felicitated. Dr. Ashwin Pundalik. Professor Vijay Sathe. Dr. Aparna Vatve. I also request Dr. Garge to felicitate Somi Chatterjee ma'am to moderate the session. Thank you so much. We'll be dispersing for lunch. Please be back within an hour to continue with our lunch. Please be back by 2:30 itself. We are a little back on time. Okay, change in time. We are going to be back by 3. By 3. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be continuing with our first session. The continuing session is going to be moderated by Dr. Parth Chauhan. I request you all to please take a seat. We are starting. Sate, sir. We are starting. Please take a seat. The second part of the first session is going to be moderated by Dr. Parth Chauhan. I request Dr. Parth Chauhan to please continue with the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll resume the next session now. So in this session, we have 5 talks. One speaker, Dr. Vara Sabnis, is not present. So we'll still stick to the timing for 15 minutes average for each speaker, and then I will go for questions. So the sequence has changed slightly, just to inform everyone. The first talk is by Nisarg team. The second talk will be Dr. Namirajan. The third talk will be Dr. Garge. And the fourth one will be Dr. Patil. And the fifth one will be Somi Chajari and Tejaswini. So we're going to go in a slightly different sequence. So the first talk can be started by Mr. Satiris Budh and Nisarg team.
मैं सभी का यहाँ धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ कि आप सभी लंबी दूरी से और भारत के अलग अलग रीजन से इधर आए हैं। स्पेशल थैंक्स तेजस गर्गे नामी हम लोग देते हैं, क्योंकि पिछले 2017-18 साल से वो एक जैसे साथ में खड़े हैं कि क्योंकि मैं एक आपके पूरा ये माहौल में मैं एक आउटमैन हूँ बेसिकली। मैं बेसिकली इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियर हूँ, काम करते करते किधर झटका लगा है मेरे को पता नहीं और मैं ये फील्ड में आ गया। ये पिछले 10-12 साल में जो काम हुआ है कि आज सभी का मान्यवरों का आज इधर ये हॉल में उपस्थित होना, ये काम के लिए आपका सहयोग आगे से हमें मिलना, ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। और जो चीज़ पिछले 10-12 सालों से हम लोगों ने काम किया है, जो चीज़ उभर के आई है, वो सामने रखने के लिए मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ। और मेरा एक तेजस सर से एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि आगे का प्रेजेंटेशन मेरे से अच्छा है कि मेरा टीम का एक बंदा मिस्टर दिव्यांश करेगा। ये बाकी का जो क्वेश्चन आंसर है इसके लिए मैं और ऋत्विज तो है ही इधर। दिव्यांश प्लीज़।
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will be presenting my work, our team work. So basically we have already seen much about the geological context about the Konkan, so I won't be giving much in detail about this, but this is a basic map explaining about the Konkan belt which we are seeing. And as we see, the Thane and Raigad district has the primarily made of basalt, whereas the Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg has the covered of laterite. And talking about the geoglyphs, the term which we use in Marathi, the Katal Silp. So basically the term Katal, it comes from the laterite. So the Sada or the plateau which we say as the Katal Sada, and these silp which we say the carvings. So the term Katal and silp, it comes through this. So this is the map of the geology map of the Ratnagiri district and Sindhudurg district, where the yellow kind of thing, it is the depiction of the laterite, and we can see that the maximum concentration is of laterite in Ratnagiri district and in Sindhudurg district as well, we can see. Now, apart from the geoglyph, we also need to understand about the archaeological evidence of the human existence in the Konkan region to understand like the habitation that have happened in this region. So, various scholars have worked in this region, talking about the first, the Todd. He has worked and his work are published in 1932 and 39, and he has surveyed some middle Paleolithic sites around Mumbai, after which Joshi and Bopardikar in 1972 has discovered the site of Hathkhamba and Pachad cave, from where middle Paleolithic and microlithic assemblages were discovered. After that, Satira Gazdar in 1980, he surveyed along the coastal sites of the Konkan and has discovered some lower Paleolithic and middle Paleolithic sites. Apart from this, Ashok Marathe, who has discovered the cave site of Susrondi, and through that site, through the excavation and other dating works, it was identified as as a Asulian site, and some hand axe, cleavers, picks, choppers were identified from that site. Apart from this, a recent excavation work that was done by the Maharashtra State Archaeology at the Kolosi cave in 2019 and 20, it was done, which gave remains of the Mesolithic tools. These are some of the tools from the Kolosi cave site. And a recent work by Akiala Imchen, which presents data about some other lower Paleolithic and middle Paleolithic sites, along with some microlithic sites from the Malvan region. And along with these data, we find these sites in the vicinity of these geoglyphs. So understanding these also are important for us along with these geoglyphs. Now talking about the rock art of Maharashtra, as we can see in that map, the maximum concentration we can see in the Madhya Pradesh region, but in Maharashtra it was not much depicted. Like this map is of Giriraj sir of 2014, but after that two sites were found in the Narbhir Hill range, and basically after 2014 the major works related to these geoglyphs and rock art findings in the Maharashtra were done. So talking about an overall historiography of the geoglyphs study in Konkan, so the first finding, as Tejas sir has also mentioned about it, it was in 1990 when a road contractor found these carvings during the construction work. And then there was Dr. Daud Dalvi, who has given some reference about the site of Nivli, Barsu, Devi Hasol and Girya from the Sindhudurg district. After him, other authors have also worked, like P.K. Ghanekar, and then scholars from Deccan College have also mentioned about the site of Palset, Nivli, and like Dr. Ravindra Lad and Satish Lalit. So basically, few scholars have started to work during this time span, and by 2013 we can see that there are total 10 sites that were discovered related to these geoglyphs. And after 2013, when the Nisargyati and basically Sudhir Riswood sir, Dhananjay Marathe sir, Thakur Desai sir, they came together and they started to discover these sites. They identified around 150 sites and a total of 160 sites were discovered till 2017-18. And after 2017-18, the state archaeology together with them started to work in this region along with Mr. Rutvij Apte, who joined the team to work in this region. And by 2018-19, 12 sites were proposed to be in the state protected monument list. And then in 2021 and 2022, a proposal for the World Heritage Site was sent to the UNESCO for the 9 geoglyph sites. And in 2022, total 9 sites, out of which 7 belongs to Ratnagiri, 1 to Sindhudurg, and 1 to Goa came in the tentative list. And then in 2023, the Department of Science and Technology, they basically nominated this project as a project of national importance and started a DST project to work on these geoglyphs. So after the starting of this geoglyph project by the DST, till now we have identified total 180 sites along this Konkan belt. So this is an overview map of the total sites that has been discovered in the overall Ratnagiri district, Sindhudurg district, and in Goa we can see the Pansaimal site which is located there. Then talking about the overall geoglyphs in the western coast when we are seeing, so the major concentration we can see is in the Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg district, and some other geoglyphs and petroglyph sites are also found in state of Goa, Karnataka and Kerala on the laterite plateau. This is a graph of the overall geoglyphs in the Ratnagiri and Sindhudur district, and we can see that the maximum concentration of these geoglyphs are found in the Rajapur Tehsil, after which the Ratnagiri Tehsil, and then Lanja Tehsil in the Ratnagiri district, and in Sindhudur the Malvan and Devgarh are the tehsils with the maximum concentration. So now giving about, as you have all visited sites and seen this, so basically during our work we have given a general categorization for these geoglyphs on which we are dividing this carvings. So the three major categories are figurative, symbolic, and in other forms the different types of geoglyphs. So out of all these, like till now we have found around 1900 geoglyphs in the Ratnagiri and Sindhudur district. Out of these are some of the identified, like the ratio of the identified geoglyphs. So out of that, 50% belongs to the figurative category, the 24 to symbolic, and other forms like horned shapes or the two-legged figures, those comprises of 26%. So in the identified geoglyphs, so basically this is the summary, and we can see the different animal ratios, bird ratio and reptiles, which I will be explaining in details in the next slide. So talking about the animal figures, we can see till now we have found total 323 animal figures, out of which 70 has been identified, and still much of these carvings are not identified, and we need scholars like you to suggest us regarding the identification of these geoglyphs. Apart in the identified animals, we can see that we have identified elephant, tiger, hippo, which is still doubtful, then rhino depiction, deer family, monkey, civet, nilgai, Indian gaur, wild boar, and hyena. So I will just be showing the images of these different categories. So elephant, which you can see, then tiger depiction. Then this is a doubtful hippo, so we have given a question mark for it. Then rhinoceros. Then in the deer family we are seeing different carvings. Then depiction of a civet family animal. Then a depiction of a nilgai. Then the Indian gaur. This is from the site of court in the Lanja district, so we can see that a huge depiction of the Indian gaur and other sites are also there. Then there are birds also, so basically the flying birds, prey birds, and peacock has been identified. We can see a depiction of a prey bird, a bird, and a snake has been depicted. Then peacock. Then reptiles, in the reptiles we have identified crocodile or monitor lizard, then snake and crab. So these are the depiction of. Then this is one of the first depiction of the crab that has been identified in the Tale Bazar site. Then there are different aquatic animals depicted. A stingray, then shark, then octopus, which is from the site of Jambrun, then sea turtles. Then there are many human figures that we are finding of different sizes. Then some anthropomorphic relief patterns also. This is from the site of Dhamapur in the Malvan Tehsil. So we cannot exactly see because it was covered with the vegetation, but we have tried to prepare an architectural drawing of that. Then in the symbolic we have categorized as geometric and relief patterns. So these are some kind of the geometric patterns that we are seeing. Then in the relief feature, there are different, like from a small relief to very huge relief going up to 16 meters. This is one of the biggest square relief pattern that we have found in the site of Devi Hasol. Then in the other categories, we have categorized as the Go Padma. So basically this kind of figure that we are identified, so locally this is called as Go Padma because it looks like the hoof of the cow. So locals basically call it as Go Padma. So we are also using the local term for this carving as Go Padma. So these are the Go Padma that has been identified in Sindhudurg district and these in the Ratnagiri district. So a basic stylistic differentiation can be seen in the Sindhudurg one and the Ratnagiri district. Then this two legs figure which we are identifying near the square relief patterns. Then some footprints. Then there are at few sites we are identified the horn shapes, then cupule marks. And from 2013 onwards, basically when the Nisarg Yatri came together and Thakur Desai sir, Sudhir sir, Marathe sir, they came, so they started. So the main thing was to do the awareness, because as we know that all these sites are in the private property. So basically giving an understanding to the locals, like why it is important. So it took a long time for the team, but now the locals are understanding the importance of it. And like till now, Sudhir sir and all, they have visited to around 150 plus schools, colleges, and basically interacted with the Gram Panchayat. They are organizing small workshops and events to give awareness about these sites. So some photographic exhibitions was prepared. Then interaction with the Gram Panchayats was done. Then with the revenue village officers also. And like after interaction with the revenue villagers, so basically we know that there is this mining happening in the Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg district. So before that, like anyone can like do mining, but now there is a act like if you want to do mining and if there is a geoglyph in that plot, like you need to get proper permissions, and you cannot do the mining work in a vicinity of around 10 meters at present. And then there was tour guide programs also done by the Nisarg Yatri to give awareness and with the interaction with school students. So earlier they used to visit the site and do the photographic documentation like this. So earlier they didn't have the drone, but now after the DST project has came, we are going to do the drone photographic documentation. And in 2022 basically the sites came in the nomination. So these are the sites. This is the site of Jambrun. And we are also creating these kinds of templates. So basically for each, like at present Sudhir sir has prepared these kind of templates for the UNESCO nominated sites, and we will be continuing this for the other site also, like separating all single carvings and their depths and measurements. Then this for the Kaseli site. Then this is from the site of Kudopi, the aerial view we can see. And the site of Goa. So basically in 2023 this DST project came up. So the main title is Scientific Investigation, Digital Documentation and Conservation of Petroglyphs of Konkan. And in this there is a collaboration with IIT Madras, IIT Hyderabad and JNU. So basically and Nisarg Yatri. So IIT Madras and Nisarg Yatri is working on field and visiting these sites and doing the documentation work. IIT Hyderabad will be doing with the AR/VR thing for the tourism aspect, and the JNU is basically working for the scientific investigation, like how they can do for the conservation and the dating aspect of this. And the establishment of the research center was done after this DST project came up. And along with this we are doing the archaeological survey along different tehsils. So this is an example from the Devi Hasol village, where we have identified some middle Paleolithic and microlithic sites. A summary of artifacts from this site. So we can we were able to identify 33 artifacts, out of which 12 were the cores, then blade core and other scrappers, flakes, points. Then from Devache Kotne site we have also identified some lithic assemblages. So total 3 localities were identified from the Devache Kotne village. And these are the data from those sites. These are the tools. We are finding maximum microlithic assemblage tools from this site. And apart from this, we are also doing the cultural heritage survey. So basically in the like why cultural heritage is important, cultural heritage survey. So basically it helps us to understand like the locals' interaction, like what they do believe about these geoglyphs. Are there any ritualistic or symbolic thing that they do still follow in their daily life, rituals or these things. Then to understand if there is any continuity in the art form, like during our survey we have identified few art forms that some of the villagers do. Like it is not in regular practice, but when we did interaction, they have shown us some images. So these are the gram panchayats and the wadis that have been documented till now. And so basically we are doing the ethnographic, understanding the ethnographic settlements, then doing the photographic documentation of, like apart from the geoglyphs and archaeological sites, we are also documenting these heritage structures that are there, historical architecturals. Then we have identified rock cut cave also. Then this is the art form, so kind of rangoli, and on the wall also they are doing. So like it is not in a regular practice, but when we asked, they did show us about these paintings. And there are many festivals, but in this festival the main, the Shimga or the Holi and the Ganpati is the major which is being done. And these are some other antiquities that were documented during this survey. Then some caves were also identified. And as you have already known about the experimental archaeology which was done at the site of Kasheli, and like awareness program, field visits and informative sessions are being given at a regular, like every week and monthly we are giving at different schools and colleges. And we have also prepared brochures in bilingual, like English and Marathi, for the local schools and colleges, so that they can know more about these geoglyphs and the archaeological sites and other related. And apart from this, the main thing about studying geoglyph is like we need to do proper cleaning before giving a direct conclusion to these geoglyphs. Like earlier at this site, this is from the Barsu site, so when people visited, they thought that this is a symbol for the north direction. And like when the team visited, we did a proper cleaning of the site and we were able to see that there is a kind of tail also. So it looks like the stingray. Then this is from the site of Ranthale we visited. So we were able to only see a kind of curve line. But when we started to clean it, we were able to see the elephant figure. And along with the JNU, so basically the JNU is trying to do the scientific investigation to understand the lithology of the landscape and how we can do further things for the dating aspect. So that's all. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the talk, Divyansh and your team. We have time for 2 questions.
Congratulations for your team.
Yes,
a wonderful documentation. But most of the, photographs are not having scale.
Like it was done at the starting phase by sir, but now when we are doing again visiting the sites, we are doing proper scale documentation. Like these pictures are from 2013 to 17.
The conference has been organized in the name of the geoglyphs.
Yes, sir.
But why do you call all the petroglyphs the geoglyphs?
We are not calling all, but like the carvings that are done on the horizontal surface basically, and which are bigger in size than 4 meters.
But all the petroglyphs are not bigger size.
No,
that is a normal
are,
size.
Yes, sir. All are
so,
not.
So, because if you are going to nominate it
yes,
to UNESCO, then there may be confusion, and then you will be asked for correction. Then it will take more time. I think the OTA will. Dr. OTA, can you comment on it?
Mining has been banned
yes,
up to 10 meters. 10 meters from the pedal.
Yes.
This is nowhere justified. 10 meters is nothing. Your act, State Archaeology Act that works is 100-200 meters. Minimum this could have been 300 meters. 10 meters is nothing when you go for. Okay, this need to be changed. That's fine. But in future, we'll have to ensure it.
No, why not put it in the recommendation of this conference? That will be a solid evidence.
All right, so we'll move on to the next talk. Now we're going to go from Maharashtra to Goa.
Thank you all.
And Dr. Nambirajan is going to be giving the talk on Goa.
Good afternoon. At the outset, let me thank Tejas and his team for inviting me to make the presentation on the Goa. I'm also benefited to be in the audience and listen to some very good presentations. I could also see 3 sites yesterday. It's really wonderful sites we could see, and the work done by the state archaeology and the team and the other stakeholders and other institutions. Goa is a small state, so we have 3 sites, and when you look at these sites at the first glance, is that the sites in Maharashtra are the Konkan, and the Goa sites, stylistically, they are of the same tradition. That's the first impression you get. I was doing the fieldwork long back in Goa as part of my PhD, and later I also did a project on the rock art of Goa through the Nehru Fellowship. The earliest reference, next. Oh, let's see. Was by A.R. Dume in 1985 in his Cultural History of Goa, where he says faint traces of image of sun and elephant were found in Uzgalimol. But probably he did not realize the importance of the site, and he just mentioned one single line in the book. But in the 90s, P.P. Shirodkar, who was the Director of Archives and Archaeology, and Nanda Kumar Kamath, a amateur archaeologist and historian, they realized the importance of the articles and started writing popular articles, and then they conducted some workshops and all that. So the first site to be noticed was, at that time it was called Uzgalimol. There is a river. On the one side is Uzgalimol, the other side is Pansaimol or Pansalimol. So initially it was called as Uzgalimol and it was published as Uzgalimol, and now they call it as Pansaimol. So both are same, and just that the other side of the river is Pansalimol and this side of the river is Uzgalimol. This is just to give an idea of where Ratnagiri is, where Uzgalimol is. Uzgalimol is there. The lower one is Kazur. They are separated by around 50 kilometers. The second one shows Ratnagiri, Rajapur on the top, and then the pin at the bottom is Uzgalimol. So around 300 kilometers distance. They are separated by 300 kilometers. And the third one, all taken from Google Map, it shows the 3 sites in Goa. The bottom one, Uzgalimol, and then the pin is Kazur. At the top is Moxie in Valpoi Taluka. So documentation started in 93, 94. Then they also attempted dating. Nanda Kumar Kamath says it is 2000, 3000 BP. Then P.P. Shirodkar dates it to 8000 to 10,000 BP. Still, its dating is not a settled matter. In 95, 96, K.V. Rao, he found a boulder in midst of a river with corals at Moxie. So these are the three sites. There are only petroglyphs so far, and no painting sites have been found. And we'll go into the Usgalimol site. I was thinking that all of you would have gone there, but I understand that site visit has not happened. So there is a river. On one side is Usgalimol, as I mentioned. And here the river takes a sharp turn towards east, and thereby exposing the rock bed on the western side, where engravings are there. There is some mine activity going on very close to the site, and it took a lot of efforts to ban mining there. When we found the site in the 93, 94, we documented around 27 images. And the state archaeology then pushed back the soil carpet on the western side, this side, you can see. Pushed back a little, and thereby they also exposed some more figures there. This is what I was discussing with Tejaswini also yesterday. Have you confirmed in your sites? I have seen first site, I think we went to Devod, where there is a soil cover. There are petroglyphs below the soil. So that you have to see. And the last site we went is, I think, third site? Usari. There is a lot of grass. So whether you have done that, if you have not done that, I think we should see, remove the grass, sort of shave it, and see where there are more engravings below the grass cover. This is one aspect I just wanted to mention. This is a sketch where you have 27 images. These are some of the images there. This one on the left, we call it agricultural implement. It's open for discussion. And the bull, humped bull. And the measurements. Measurements are very, very important. They give a clue for dating also. The average is it's around inches, and depth is around 75 to 1.5, it varies. There are a lot of bulls there. A lot of bulls are there in Goa. Labyrinth is not so popular like bulls there, but we have got only one labyrinth. I think Maharashtra there is any labyrinth? No, but you get labyrinth in central India near Gwalior. There is a site called Tikla where you get labyrinth. In abroad you get in Ireland and Greece you get a labyrinth. I was told in Karnataka there is one site which has yielded labyrinth. So 4 sites in Karnataka. So this is one thing, because not so popular image, but you do get all over India. On the right is the X-ray figure. This again a rare figure you get in paintings, but in petroglyphs or engravings, these are not so common. This is a footprint, so huge one there. Lot of bulls. And we get 3 shapes of horns. You get U-shaped, you get V-shaped. So when you do documentation, you have to look at these aspects, the position of the legs, the shape of the horns, etc. when you document. This is again interesting, which you get here also. On the left, you have the human figure standing with hands spread apart, and is wearing some sort of headdress. It's an interesting figure. And the that one on the right could be bow and arrow. This is elephant, not perfectly carved, but this is an elephant. And this is a peacock. The left one, we have taken after the rain, so that is not very clear. So the one on the right clearly shows the picture, the image of a peacock. So it is on a surface of 60 by 60 meters, probably the longest in the coastal area. And during my fieldwork, I also surveyed 5 kilometers east of Uzgali Mole and west on both sides of both the banks of the river and both sides of the site. Up to 5 kilometers, we have not got any site, any archaeological site, and it appears to be an isolated one at present. Now, Kazur, it's around 5 kilometers from Uzgali Mole, south of it, and where one single boulder is there in open amidst the cultivated land. So luckily, the rock, the boulder is worshipped as Dan Fatar. I think I need not translate Dan Fatar. And so because it is being worshipped, it is saved, even though it is lying on the cultivated land. There is a temple nearby, Paiknath temple, where there are few broken parts of a boulder is lying. They also have some lines on them. Probably there were more boulders which has been broken and dumped in one place. There is a temple there, Temple of Paiknath. Now, this is also now protected by the state archaeology. The images, now what we see is the reverse. Now we are seeing upside down. There are 14 bulls there. Here we get V-shaped horns. What is interesting is of the bull at the bottom is the leg of the animal at the top. So all the 14 are interlinked. This is an interesting feature, but similar sites are noticed in Holaluru in Karnataka, and I was told in Sonda also. So why they have done, whether it's due to the lack of space, it's a matter of discussion. I think this is somewhat more clear that legs of one animal forms the horn of the animal below. This I tried convert the photo into a line drawing. It's not so clear, but I just made an attempt. This is an interesting observation. Here you can see. Now, Shirodkar identified this as fertility thing or olami. Local people call it olami, mushroom, and he says it represents ulva. So, morning I was discussing with Arun Malik that there are some sites in Maharashtra where the Lajja Gauri is shown. So, this could be another one in the in the coastal area. Whether this is vulva or not, we need to discuss. This is the third site, Mokshi, found by Rao. Only one boulder. It's not laterite, obviously. And there is a bull, there is a Trishula, and another deer or some animal is standing there. So there are only 3 carvings are there, and probably this is slightly later than the Uzgali mole because the depth and the width of the carvings are deeper and wider, and there is a megalithic site nearby. So based on these reasons, or we date it to megalithic, and Kazur also we are dating it to megalithic. There is a megalithic site nearby. The reason is the same: the measurement, the depth and the width of the engravings, and the availability of a megalithic site nearby. This is another view of that mushroom. These are general observations after seeing the Goa engravings and the Maharashtra, whatever I have seen, bit of 3 sites physically and some sites, I have seen the photographs and his articles, Tejas articles. Well, it's a brilliant idea to propose it for World Heritage, but what we need is the data. Do we have the complete data on these sites? Because we have not seen the documentation so far, though we are discussing in the last couple of days. We should have a perfect documentation done. Documentation, not only identification of these figures, measurements, description. Whether there are any groups, so far I have not come across any groups, all are individual figures. And within the site, what are the early sites, what is the historical figure, so chronology within the site. And then comparative analysis with the adjacent site, because you get in Maharashtra, you get in Kerala, you get in Karnataka, Goa and Maharashtra. So the comparison with the adjacent site along the coast. And then comparison with the rock art sites inland. Now Sundara has done such comparative study. He says that the bulls depicted in the coastal sites are different from the bulls depicted inland. So whatever is locally available, they have based their drawing, they base their imagination on the available, whatever they see in the environment, in the ambience, they depict. So this kind of observations are required. So that leads to ethnoarchaeology. So do the ethno study also, go to the villages, talk to them, see their art forms, and animals. What kind of animals exist in the coastal area? What kind of animals exist in the inland? And study of this soil cover. They also may give us some clues for dating. Now, NIO Goa was asked to conduct a study in Uzgali mole on the soil carpet. Now, based on that, they say that this soil was deposited, brought from somewhere else and deposited on the site, because there is a gradual slope from the adjoining area towards the river, and the rock itself is sloping towards the river around 1.5 meters. That's a slope. So that's one thing. And they say there was around 3,500 BP. There was a shift from wet to dry period. So in those period, at that time probably this rock bed was exposed, and then the engravings were done. Because before that there was a wet period, probably there was a lot of water flow. Probably at that time the rock bed was not exposed. So they date this to 3,500 BP to 2,500 BP. But there are human figures, so they may be of historical period. This is their observation. Now, what are the other World Heritage sites already there in the World Heritage list? I was just surfing the net. I found some sites in Kazakhstan and Mongolia, Japan, etc. So you see what are the criteria. I found criteria 3 has been used. The skill and the belief, faith of the people, which is depicted there. So criteria 3 is the only one that has been used in Mongolia and what is the other site, Kazakhstan. So this is one aspect, compare with local sites and compare with sites abroad. Now there was a discussion about chemical treatment in the morning. It's better not to interfere. Allow them to be in their environment and ambience. More human interference, more problem. This is our experience. I think Otaji will agree. Where you apply chemicals, preserve them, they deteriorate faster. They have survived 5,000 years, 10,000 years, they will survive. Of course, there will be deterioration in thousands of years. That's natural process. But let us not interfere through chemicals or any kind of human intervention should be avoided. That's my opinion. These are all I think I have covered. What is interesting is that in Maharashtra you get realistic and abstracts in the same site. This is interesting. Why they coexist? What is the reason? How they exist together? It's a question which is you need to address. This I'll just show you. This doesn't qualify under the rock art or petroglyphs. This is a site called Kurdi where there are cane circles, and now the site is submerged under the Salauli Dam. This is called Mother Goddess, located around 20 meters from a megalithic site. The photographs, it is not clear. There is a small, figure of a baby. Just 1 minute. On the right, between her arms and the body. So it's called Mother Goddess because of that. It's 2.2 meters in length and 90 centimeters in depth. So there is a megalithic site nearby, and this measurement you see the 90 meters, so they must have 90 centimeters, so they must have used metal objects to carve this. And so we date this to megalithic period. It's a relief figure, it's not an engraving, but I'm just showing you that. Thank you. Now this figure is transplanted to Verna near Panjim, and the actual site is submerged.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the very interesting talk. We have time for 2 questions.
Just wondering about the statement that coastal bulls and inland bulls are different. What is the meaning of that?
See, this is the personal observation. And
observation.
See, what he says
on what
is,
basis?
No, he has studied. See, even in inland, we have different, varieties or different kinds of breeds. Probably in the coastal you have different breed of cattle or this thing.
There is only one breed, all of South India, that is Jebu.
Not at all.
The difference is only in the length of the horns.
No.
One is acutiform and one is short horn and long horn.
See, I can give you a list of breeds in Tamil Nadu itself.
Modern. They are modern,
No,
not
modern.
early. Early breeds are not there. Honestly.
Sir, one more question. Most of the, kapmas are finding in this picture. Kapmas. Cupils. So have you correlated with anything else?
Cupils, we have not studied. It's a complex thing because in the river bed. So whether it is, we have not studied whether it is natural or man-made.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next speaker. Dr. Tejas Garge will be talking about the petroglyphs at Barsu, an interpretive approach.
Good afternoon. Myself, I was half asleep and dozing after having such a good food. But I hope all of you are awake and will be entering into altogether a different zone of which many questions are raised. I won't go into history of research of petroglyphs. It is referred by so many scholars since morning. म्हणजे ते मंदिरात जायच्या आधी नंदीला हात लावतात तसं सगळं रिजवुडांचं नाव घेत आहेत ते आता मी टाळणार आहे. सो आय स्ट्रेट अवे जम्प ऑन बारसू. अँड द रिझन टू अटेम्प्ट this paper is because there's a common society, public and scholarship. They're expecting something from us. They're asking questions, and the most important question is what it is, why it is carved. Are you able to give any interpretation to it? When we're classifying these petroglyph motifs or geoglyph motifs, so we're thinking of abstract figures, geometric symbols, human figures. But my dear friends, even when we say human figures, can you actually say what it is? Why they are carved? So there is, and as an archaeologist, we have a tendency to travel from known to unknown. When we are digging up a trench, all seniors like Ota sir has always taught us, दीवार को पकड़ो, जो दिख रही है वो दीवार को पकड़ो, उसकी सीध में चलते चले जाओ, कहीं ना कहीं बाकी का हिस्सा मिल जाएगा. So this funda of trench, that is also being applied here in theoretical research at Basu. Well, I'll again skip this, though I'm mostly man of someone who is a student of Harappan studies and then shifted to study of cannons, and also I've been jumping on and off. So this is something in between that I'm doing. But well, Harappan background, exposure to the Harappan sites taught me a lot. So I'm again going to skip this, but the most important part is we are calling them geoglyphs, and I'm emphasizing this again because in the international literature that we found, both vocabularies were used, and for geoglyphs they had categorized anything which is larger than 4 meters would be called as geoglyph. And no explanation, no logic was given to this. Why something smaller than 4 meter would be categorized as petroglyph and something larger than that is geoglyph. So our simple idea, whatever carved horizontally on the ground, that we are in the that we are putting in the category of geoglyph, and anything vertical, that becomes a part of petroglyph art. So, and most importantly, while doing regional studies, it is our duty, a moral duty of any archaeologist, to build up regional chronologies, to build the regional gaps. I think this was target set by our forefathers in archaeology, whether it is A. Ghosh or H.D. Sankalia. Still, we are not able to build up the timetables of the train that we are running into. So this is also a small attempt to bridge this gap between Stone Age and historical period in Konkan. This always intrigued me, the absence of Chalcolithic culture on western coast of India. We have a flourishing culture, sites like Inamgaon and so on the Ghats, but Konkan is totally absent in that respect. So what was the condition in Konkan? So I always wondered. And I think petroglyph culture has, geoglyph culture has provided us the right answer. And this beauty of modifying nature began quite early. So this is arrowhead from Koroshi. It is pretty symmetrically done. And again we jump to Chalcolithic period. This is pottery from Inamgaon. So this is just an attempt to recap the art. And prior to findings of petroglyphs or geoglyphs in Konkan, it was always said that Ajanta, Ellora, Pitalkhora were the earliest pieces of known art from the Western India. But well, that has taken quite a back in time. So this was the painted art that we experienced around early centuries of Common Era. And to show this in detail, that it is essentially in religious context. Please remember this, that there were no patrons, there were no sponsors for the liberal art. You are an artist, you wish to create something, and there are people who are supporting your endeavor. Even in modern times, it is a difficult situation. You always live by commission, you always look for patrons. The best of best artists, they got chance in public projects which was politically motivated or religiously motivated. And in the past, the kings also enjoyed certain religious powers. They patronized certain sects, whether it is Hinduism, Buddhism or Jainism. So you get to see art essentially in context of religion. So here we stand and reinvent, re-question our journey into understanding of geoglyph arts in Konkan. This is right across the road, so whenever you find time tomorrow morning, please do visit. I think Mridula did visit this morning. So of course all these people that they have been mentioned so many times, so I'll just keep it. And again, another important question which was asked, like what is the chronology, how old are they? And we are not able to answer that question very satisfactorily. But on some of the sites, or in vicinity of some of the sites, microliths were reported by Ritwij Apte and team. So we started looking for a place where these kind of tools could be found in context. And well, we came up with excavation of Koroshi for a couple of seasons. We're expecting microlithic tools, and maybe at the bottom stage I was expecting heavy duty toned tools belonging to upper Paleolithic age. But for some reason it is coming in a mixed context. So some scholars are of opinion that a mixed technology continued in Mesolithic period along with upper Paleolithic tool typology. Now we can also put question to these classic phrases that we have been using, upper Paleolithic, Mesolithic. Let us call it terminal phase of Pleistocene, as rightly pointed out by Otaji. So I come to Basu. Within a short space, there are three important figures. One is of a human standing tall and trying to push away two tigers on the either side. Then second is a standing figure holding probably two dead animals upside down. And third is a standing human, or I don't know whether a swimming human along with fishes. It is still open for interpretation, but loads of fishes around it. We love to call it Masewala. So our presentation revolved around these three figures. If you look carefully, it is quite tall figure, almost 4 meters human figure, and hands are straight, probably trying to push away two tigers. And though it seems tigers are attacking, but they are quite static. They are not animated. So, and they are also given a very rectangularish treatment to their body parts, in contrast to the human figure, which is carved with curves. So it's a beautiful contrast, and recent 3D scanning done by Mridula, it also shows huge variations in the depth in the different parts of this figure. So probably this was a community effort. More than one soul were engaged into doing this. So exactly what it is trying to say, what it is trying to convey to us. Again, in the middle portion, if you look carefully, on chest there is some abstract carving, and according to Ravindranath, that was a Lajja Gauri figure. That is how he interprets. So I am not sure. It is again open for interpretation. For me, there were two this half animal, half human figures, centaurs, two centaurs in symmetrical manner. That is how I look at it. But anyway, it is still open for interpretation. And again you see depiction of few animals around it. And legs are placed in such a manner that it conveys frontality. So the human figure is actually facing us. But it's very static, very very rigid. But in contrast to that, these are beautiful curves and continuous line. And in contrast to the vertical etching of the earlier one, the carver has retained central surface of the figure, and surrounding part is taken out with shallow carvings. So that is how this figure is created, and there are continuous line. So hands actually merge with the human, the animal body, and again you will see two legs upside down parallelly, and there are heads of animals hanging down, again symmetrically looking out. And again central portion of human and animals are shown in a quite stylistic manner. It is quite ingenious to scoop out the central portion and to give raised portion to give that feeling of a relief. So again legs or feet are spread out. Again they convey some sense of frontality. And again, if we ask what this is trying to convey to us, it is some kind of mastery over animals. As humans are shown having mastery over the animals, lot many questions. Again, there is a third figure, but now you enter into aquatic zone. There is a lot of depiction of marine fauna. So I am pretty sure they were definitely venturing into shallow sea. There were fish was the part of the subsistence pattern. Hence, it is also reflected into art. And whether it is tiger, whether it is stingray, or whether it is shark, you are afraid of it, and sometimes it is also your nourishment. So animals, they play vice versa roles, and you continue playing your mindset with that. So from unknown to known, we do not have any literature to associate it with any of the geoglyphs in Konkan. We don't know what it is. Just like Mizoram, there are many folklores which are attached to these carvings. They are known to people. But here it is simply disconnected. Locals, they have their own understanding, but you don't find many folklores, myths associated there too. So we are trying to draw parallels from existing set of knowledge, and the closest parallel that one could draw is seals from Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, where a standing human figure, male or female, it is again matter of interpretation, is shown pushing away two tigers. Again there is a similarity, like here also tigers are shown with wide open mouth, but quite static, but tail is raised, so one can see that they are charging. Similarly, you can see standing helpless tigers in Harappan seals. And again it is quite similar stylistically to the other figures from Basu, where two animals are vertically shown. But of course these tigers have heads towards upper side, but in other case they are hanging down. So this is from Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and plus our discussions are actually incomplete without mentioning master of animal figures. or the famous Pashupati seal, where we mostly interpret that this figure is the Lord Pashupati who dominates the animal kingdom. And again from Harappa, you have certain seals where buffalo slaying is shown. And we know this common form of Mahishasura-Mardini from our Indian art. Then again, the closest depiction is from Mesopotamia, and this is equated with the legend of Gilgamesh, where he is shown fighting to the beast with bare hands. And again, you can see Gilgamesh holding tiger just like a baby tiger. Probably he commanded that sort of power. And this is the most common motif of Mesopotamian art that you see. And I go back to one of the oldest motifs depicted in case of European Stone Age art, and this is again interpreted as a saucer, and this is combined with human and animal forms. And let me read out my conclusion since there are a few minutes left. In context of prehistoric art from Konkan, among 1200 known engravings, master of animal motif appears only at Basu, indicating its exclusive status. It is quite likely that it may have same function to be the master of animals, ruler, guardian of the animal world. He is probably controller of the souls who needed to be pleaded with devotion and offerings, or who probably blesses hunters with prey, and also could in turn, he also could turn malevolent and turn angry to make animals disappear. Both motifs in Basu indicate master keeping beast at bay or master in full control of the beast. In prehistoric human past, right from Middle Paleolithic to Upper Paleolithic, full-fledged artistic expressions are found in form of various motifs, including complex belief systems. We also believe that humanity's first religious experience was a result of encounter of fears of nature. Rather than religious, let us call it as human belief system. And this is how probably human dealt with fears of nature. Or I think this is also related to ancestor worship. This is how they remembered their ancestors. And the probably last chance is there is also a kind of human fantasy. I'll give you a simple example of Krishna lifting Govardhan. Practically that is not possible. But this is kind of fantasy that is created by human brains, that what we could achieve. And you turn that figure into a hero figure, and that hero figures are turned into gods. Probably similar logic could be applied to this. And I would not say that this is the conclusion, but probably man wanted to create a father figure, a perfectly good and all powerful one, and turn him into God, and to idealize him in order to support us or the children of the God. We needed love and protection. We want comfort from our deepest and darkest fears. So probably the master of animal figures from Basu might be invocating the same human thought of prehistoric mind. This paper might sound far-fetching or without any scientific analogy, but I'm just trying to draw certain parallels of similar motif all around the world, and those motifs are already interpreted. That interpretation is pretty accepted. Now it's high time that we also pay attention towards the scientific interpretation of these motifs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garge, for that very thought-provoking presentation. We have time for 2 questions before we go for tea break.
The tigers you showed, are they not in animation? The tails look like
there's a very restricted animation. You know, in Konkan, there's a typical tendency of showing animals in section. So 2 legs are seen and other 2 are not seen. So they appear quite static, but if you look at tail is raised.
Yes, that is why.
So I would call it rather restricted animation.
But still it is animation.
It is, but not any in a really full-fledged manner. Right.
Any more questions?
There's a comparison of motif.
But the date, I think.
No, I'm not. I haven't spoke. I haven't gone there. I know it is too difficult, so I'm not talking about date at all. Yes, of course.
Yes, thank you. It's really very interesting because this opens up a line of thought which can be then tested and either rejected or accepted. So I was just wondering, can you suggest some line of thinking, like because they could have come from the Harappan times or wherever, or from something similar, or from somewhere across the world? Or is it that this went from here to there? I mean, what are the likely scenarios that one can start thinking on? Or are these symbols, there are 3 in Barasu, is there anything similar elsewhere in India apart from the Mohenjo-daro seals?
Not really. But let me comment something from here to there. You know, the human mind is fashioned almost in a similar way. We have a similar hardware all across the globe, and we have faced almost similar natural calamities in certain phase of human lifespan. For example, when there was a winter all over the world, glacier shells, so we experienced a cold phase. Then when period was warm, everywhere you get to see springing up of Mesolithic sites, slowly turning into settled way of Neolithic life. And this phenomenon is experienced where we face this environment. So our hardware has probably responded quite in a similar way at different places. So if you look at, if I put very roughly the date of this geoglyph, anything beyond 10,000 BC or even 5,000, I'm being very vague and very rough. What were the chances of having any connections across these distances? Absolutely null. I don't think so anybody was coming from Mesopotamia with these ideas, or anybody going from. So Rabindranath had interpreted fallout of the Indus Valley civilization into Konkan, but I would say vice versa. Probably Konkan geoglyphs might have contributed some of the ideas in formation of Indus Valley or Harappan civilization.
We still have time, a couple of minutes until the tea is ready.
Can I ask you the same question that you asked to Professor Soma this morning regarding, while we are comparing it with the external depictions like from other regions, what are your thoughts about connections of these depictions with local legends and folklores, and like there are certain performing arts which are seen along this coastline. Any thoughts on that?
I think we need to have great deal of ethnographic survey on a bigger scale. So it is a kind of lost lifestyle, but has remained with us in a certain modified ways. So we need to do a lot of ethnographic surveys. I would quote, there is another paper which I am writing for ages. It is on probable Lajjagari figures from these depictions. In Mizoram, depiction of vulvas were very clear, so we knew for sure that it is a fertility cult. Motif was very strong, and it seems there is a similar motif here too, but depicted in quite a stylized manner. We just need to interpret it. There's a geoglyph from Sakhar Kombe, which is similar to Pat, which is still depicted by the Walis during their marriage, and that particular motif is known as Palghat, and that goddess is worshipped for fertility. So there is a high chance that if we do proper ethnographic surveys, we try to collect more and more data about the folklores and try to see some reflection of geoglyphs. And see, unless you know these stories, it's very hard to connect. In case of Mizoram, there was a depiction of a human figure, and in the middle part there was a triangle. So one could say that it is a female figure. And along with that, there was depiction of a snake. So there are only two figures, but it was a narrative panel. So with these two figures, how you interpret the story? It's very difficult. But in Mizo folklore, there is a story of snake eloping with a girl. And the younger sister of that girl sees this horrifying thing, and she is falling sick day by day, but she is unable to speak about it. And her father notices this change, that when these two girls go to field, once they are back, the younger one is quite horrified. So one day he does not send his younger sister. He disguises as other woman. Then he caught red-handedly his elder daughter with snake, and then kills that snake who is trying to do whatever with it. That is the legend, and that is how it is depicted in that narrative panel. But thankfully, this story is very well recorded into Mizo folklores and narratives. I doubt whether we have anything on that scale.
I just have a comment and a question. If you think about all the petroglyphs or geoglyphs at Barsu, three occurrences of domination over animals. One is a fish, which is water dwelling. One is tiger, which is land dwelling. And the other one, if it's a bat, then it's a flying animal. If it's a civet, then it's a tree dwelling animal. So all of them are coming from different contexts. So that is observation I got. But my question is this domination over animals only found at Barsu or any other sites also?
I think it is found in the context of Barsu. Because at other places you don't have these semi-animated figures which shows any human and animal interaction. If there are any, I would be happy to note that. But Barsu is special, very enigmatic.
Do they belong to one and the same time?
I think there is an overlap. The shallow figure with continuous engravings is probably earlier. Those kind of carvings can be attempted only with stones. But to have slightly vertical cuts, I think you need implements. But even I think with good, like strong, dense quality of stone, that could be achieved. But there are stylistic variations, so probably. True, I think we need to have some more answers who will be doing experimental archaeology. In fact, for this conference, I had also invited a sculptor, and probably we might be doing that later. We might be attempting some of this shape at some fresh place, and we'll designate that as experimental site. We want to attempt production of curvature, straight lines, and we are saying that probably this was done with a stone. So let us try to do it with stone.
So there were art critics from Mumbai. They said no, it could not have been done with the help of stone, pointed stone tools at all. The kind of symmetry we see
it cannot be achieved with the help of stone tools. And the surface itself is so intractable when it comes to depicting imageries of animals or humans and things.
Let us try it out. Let us try it out. Yes, sir. Thakur Desai, sir.
Actually, we have been discussing many times that even if you have clusters, there are no associations. But now you are proposing a perfect association between a group of figures. So can we say that within the 1200, 700 figures, there can be a chronology? And
definitely.
And this seems to be the most recent one. Because as a development of art form, to have associative figures is more developed, and to have non-associative cluster is more primitive. So can we, not conclusively, but still say that this is more recent to others?
It's really hard to comment on it at this stage. I was speaking to some of the artists, including my mother. She said it's easy to copy the forms. So if you are just trying to copy forms from nature as it is, that is the first step. Then you are trying to show something together which is not part of reality. The tiger is pushing away. So that might come little later. And again, stylization, some complex forms like Devi Hasur, they may come later. Because that is complex thought. That is complex imagination of forms, which would come probably at the later stage. And that is what I feel after discussion with artists. Yes, but definitely there is chronology. Sir.
Yeah, I'm just observation. Like in the tiger figure, the concept is of proportion in equation with the central figure. Mm-hmm. And if you, in the seals and ceilings and other things which you showed abroad, the figure of that animal is almost of the same size as the human figure. Right. But here, the exaggerated proportion of the tigers on either side of the male figure, who, like you said, it appears to be winged. I don't know, there is a broad, if you examine that hand standing, and then there is a square portion which extends over his hand. And if that is taken, if the tigers are actually more fierce a creature who have been brought into submission by the central figure.
Yes, that is the idea.
That could be the emphasis in that probably. I'm just trying to say that because in art, if there is an emphasis on certain person for a strength or thing, they would be shown in larger proportion. So was the tiger, proportionately largely shown in a larger context than the human figure in the center? That probably could indicate that rather than pushing away, the tigers have actually come in submission to this person who is probably a shamanistic figure or an important figure into which who had probably the power to keep those natural influencing factors which works against the humanity into submission.
Definitely, sir. Yeah, that is what we are trying to propagate through this paper.
Yeah.
And as you said rightly, it's art. We are liberated to create fantasies.
Yeah.
So definitely, in art,
even the
I
other
can
figure
visualize taking over the oversized animals.
Yeah.
But not
even the same thing in the other figure which you showed. The human figure and the so-called animal figures are equiproportionate, but not in the case of the other one, which is the tiger.
If I never thought that I would interpret those figures as bats. So initially I thought there could be, can we go back to presentation? Or it is everywhere. I think it is on
the cap also.
So anyway, can we go back to presentation?
It's there on the screen, in fact.
Oh, it is still there.
Here the central figure, it's got a human-like head, but that face of these two, figures which are actually held by him in his hands are downwards. But that sort of feature where you show the face is not really anthropomorphic, but bird-like features, they are noticed in other art also. Even in a cave in Tamil Nadu, we have got human figures with bird-like features on the face. So whether they are truly animals, because the feet is not of an animal, it's like human.
Right.
So that bird-like feature which you see, face which you see, it's more a stylistic element which is added into this particular concept. And he is actually probably, if you go by that artistic thing, that opponents which he is holding also is an equal strength to this personality who is shown in front. So I guess the treatment of the feet of those which we supposedly call animals and the human figure in the center are almost similarly placed. So I guess this two other ones are also anthropomorphic figures, probably in a stylized manner. We have 2-3 caves where that face is not shown as in human nature, but it's shown as either a bird or an animal feature is introduced into that. So it's rather synchronistic in form.
It was quite problematic for me to interpret this too, because as you mentioned, feet are like human feet.
Yeah.
And head looked like head of an animal with
I
short
think it
horn
is in-
deer. Or I thought of many things, but I could not conclude. But if it is a bat, very convenient for the theory that we are putting supremacy in water, air, and land. So
it's definitely not a bat, but I think Tirumala, that it is in Tamil Nadu. I don't remember the district, but you have a painted human form with almost similar head, which is shown in a lateral fashion.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
So I'm being told, I'm being signaled that we have 5 more minutes. So would you like to stop there? We can have questions for the other speakers as well, not just Dr. Garge's talk. But one conclusion from Dr. Garge's talk is that we have a lot of things left open for interpretation and a lot to discuss. The reason I was calling these possibly bats is because there's another site, Goval, which has only bats, and the head is similar. That's why. But some people are saying it could be civet cat as well. Not this one, but... Huh? A little bit like a dog. Yeah, so, right. Then it has human feet, yeah.
Point it out to us. Okay. Please do send me pictures. Let me add to my theory. But at many places, again we get certain human figures wearing animal skin, including headgear. So even that is a possibility, that those two are also again human figures wearing animal skin, including headgear. Yes. Yes. You want to take the next paper if it is late?
We can also have the next paper or wait for the tea. What shall we do?
Shall we go to the next paper? Or you want to discuss?
We have 2 more papers remaining. So next paper, that's okay? Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the next paper is by Dr. Sachin Patel, and the title of his talk is Inferences and Affinities of Newly Explored Rock Art in Konkan and Deccan. Shall we? Tea break? Yeah. I think everybody needs some tea, so we'll have tea first. Sorry about that.
Hello, everybody. First of all, here I thanks to State Archaeology. First, I thanks to State Archaeology Director, Mr. Tejasvi Garge sir, and Deputy Director, Mr. Hemanji Dalvi sir, and all team of State Archaeology to be invite me for this international conference. Here I present the inferences and affinities of the newly explored rock art of Konkan and Deccan. So we are, for the starting of my presentation, the first slides is indicated the basic concept of Indian rock art. So we are bifurcated basically two types. There is rock paintings, which are also detected in Bhimbetka, and which are also UNESCO World Heritage Site. And another part is rock engravings. In the rock engravings, there is also two types basically, which was found in Konkan, and the 70 to 80% figures of Konkan, which is figurative graphics. There is some human figures, animal figures, and other figures. And 20% are abstract figures are detected in Konkan. But in upper portion of Deccan, we are notices the most of abstract carvings, which was covers the area of 90%, and 10% we have notices the geometric signs and some animal figures. Second slide, we are here indicating the geology of Sahyadri. The texture of volcanic basaltic lava flows which was formed from before 65 lakhs years ago. And due to the basic nature of lava, the tableland like this portion, which was formed as a Deccan plateau. And here we notices that there is a number of lines and layers which was forms in Sahyadri. Another one is here we show the context of Deccan and highland of context of Konkan and highland of Deccan. Many of geologists before my presentation can show these types of picture. Here we show the Arabian Sea. This is the 50 to 60 kilometer, means 45 to 50 kilometer span of Konkan plain, and then onwards the Deccan plateau is started. And here we show the Bamnoli Ridge, which was heighted from sea level 1.5 kilometer heights are measuring. Next slide, here we giving the basic topological locations of Konkan and Deccan. But here we show the contour lines for 450 meters height from sea level, 600 meters from height of sea level, and 900 meters from height of sea level. Basically, the average height of Deccan is 1200 meters. It's an average height. But here we are indicating the 600 meter to 900 meter. We have notices 40 sites of abstract rock art, which is mostly coming in the upper Krishna basin and Bhima basin. Means we are here I show. This is the contour line of 600 meters, which is also line of 600 meters, which was bifurcated by Krishna river. Another is big size. The 600 meters, this ridge is bifurcated by Bhima river. So this is the topology basically I show here, because the basaltic depiction is notices in 750 meters heights of sea level. Next, here we show some slides of beauty of Konkan rock engravings. The upper portion, here we indicated the human figures, middle was in abstract figure, and lower side was in animal figures, because this is the classification of basic classification of Konkan rock engravings. And the next one is about the geology of Konkan. The Konkan coast was linked with important ports and towns where contemporary recorded to external trades and connections, as well as Tejas sir says ki, we want to notices there is some relation to Harappa on Konkan. And another one is several forms of rock art, laterite stone carvings. It's more than 90 sites are detected and 700 geoglyphs are found in Konkan regions. And the lower pictures, which was taken from the Sri Chavan sir's slide, and the significance of reported tools, which was the archaeologically estimated, the span of artifacts of 10,000 to 48,000 year old. Here I shows the next slide. We are taking some area for the sample study of Upper Krishna Basin. More than 45 new locations and 75 different signs types are explored in highlands of Sahyadri Hill Range under the Deccan region of Maharashtra, which is finest signs of abstract rock art are cited to Pune district, as well as Ahmednagar district, Nasik, Satara, Sangli and Kolhapur, and the cluster villages. Here we show the 11 locations which is coming in region of Upper Krishna Basin. And next previous study done by Dr. R.S. Papu, and they have indicated there are the 3 sites, number 6, 7 and 8, which was Walwa, Digras and Haripur. And this site has detected the middle Stone Age tools, which was indicating in second figure. And another tributary which was seen in lower side, which is Harinakeshi River. And recently we have the research scholars have detected the stone tools which was showing in lower side. So if we notices this location, the Walwa, there is Kasbe Digras, both are nearest to the place, is 10-kilometer radius, both locations from these depictions. Next one, we have found some natural shelters, and we also notices the rock shelters in Upper Krishna Basin. This is the 4 different locations we have notices in upper side of Deccan. Then we have actually in these 45 locations, we have found different signs. The first figure is indicated the concentrating circle with tail, which is also important figure which was noticed. Second, 2 pictures are indicating some flowers and the branches of the tree. And this picture, the lower side picture also indicated the flower motif, just like the flower and the stick is there. And another one is, there is another look there. If you see this figure, this is the another concentrating circles similar in one panel. We have detected in single panel. Next, which Walwa motifs, which is unique found in Deccan. This is the different 4 sites we are notices the Walwa motifs are in Deccan. Next one is animal figurative in Deccan. There is first figure, here we shows the spider. Second one was just like here, first we shows the Wadi Sindhudurga, because this boulder now presently not in presence because this was destroyed. But here I show, this is Nilgai from Wadi. And the very similar depiction we found in Deccan, Nilgai. And this is the bull figure, which is also similar to the Wadi, and lower side is another. This another 4 sides we are also notices the human animal figures, which is also comes in Deccan Highland. This is the different carved signs of Deccan. Here we shows the figure which was not interpreted yet, but it looks like female body. Another one was spoken wheels are there. Third one is roughing leans are there. This is very unique feature. This is the human palm. This figure is indicated the human palm. palm. There is a fingers and the thumb is there. And another one was it's a cup cluster with ring. This is, and these two figures are very also unique. This is the this type of typology interpreted from various scholars. It is called as keyhole. Look like this. This is also same, but here is some difference because here is 1 feet and here is 1 feet. There is 2 feet because it is not called like keyhole, but this is basically keyhole. But this is not interpreted yet, so we want to some expert opinion about these types of figures. Another figure we have detecting from different carving. There is sun marks is there. The double ringed spoke wheel is there. This is the single ringed spoke wheel is there. Another was geometric sign. It's a ring with plus mark. This is the concentrating circles. This is also the play board, which is basically nominated as a mangala, but it is decorated for the outline. And the last one was an roughing links. We are also notices of different type of sign. One important discovery we have carried out in upper portion of Deccan. The Sinhagad forts, top of Sinhagad forts, we have recently notices the cup with rings. These two figures means upper portion and this figure is, this is cups and, sorry, cup with line as, or this is the, this is also unique figure, this is also Volvo figure, this is the geometric sign figure, and this is also cup with jointed planes, and also looks like a flower. This is also different type of figure we have notices. This is the separate feature which was notices in upper portion of Deccan. This is the carving on the stone, because this is not flat platform. This is carved on stone, but there is a concentrating circle with cup. But these two are concentrating circle with cup. There is only concentrating circle, but this upper portion is looks like wings of some bird or some another animal. Look, this is the beauty of carved platform on Deccan. This is the 7-meter wide platform, which is very unique features. There is a concentrating circle with tail. There is grooves are there. Their cup marks are there, and this is the very unique platform. 6 to 7 meter wide platform we have notices in nearby the context of Deccan. Another one was also the 6-meter platform, which was having big type of cupules, but it is not. Also Sinhagad? Nearby Sinhagad. These two is nearby Sinhagad. Remaining will be in Kolhapur. This is in Kolhapur.
Next time you mention show this presentation, please mention.
Yes. Definitely, sir. Definitely. Yeah. Yes, sir. So this is we have notices in Kolhapur from Chakreshwar Wadi. This is basically the village is called a Chakreshwar Wadi, because the rings are there and the numbers of boulders are there, and they have depicted the numbers of rings. That's why they called it Chakreshwar. What is the ethnographic survey we have done? The village name belongs to this particular carving Chakreshwar Wadi. Then this is nearby the Sinhagad. It is a RV, the location of nearby Sinhagad, RV. This is also same location nearby RV. And here we concluded my study. It's interference and affinity of Konkan and Deccan. This rock art depiction locations, its average height of Konkan 100 to 250 meters. This is same relevant area of Deccan, which is notices as 600 to 900 meters. Geological area is Konkan and Deccan Trap. This base of rock art strata, most of depictions in Konkan is in laterite, and most of depictions in Deccan is in basalt. Then the depiction surface mostly we have notices in Konkan mostly flat, but Deccan we have notices 100% slopy areas which was tilt in 10 to 20 degree. We are not notices the flat platform from basalt and depiction over there. So fifth one was, this is the depiction area covers average 2 to 25 meter wide, but in Deccan, we have notices 2 to 5 meter wide panels are there. Then the size-wise signature signages is individual and cluster forms in Konkan, but Deccan we have notices cluster and overlapping forms. Means there is one depiction is below the next time overlapping depiction on carved on same stone. Then the depth of carving is in Konkan 1 inch to 4 inch, but same we have notices in Deccan 0.5 inch to 1 inch. We are not notices the more than 1 inch depiction in Deccan. Tool typology same as stone tools and microliths also detected in Konkan, and same Deccan we also notices stone tools and microliths, and mostly the similar signages of depiction of the another part of India and abroad. Konkan petroglyphs, just like Konkan geoglyphs was not detected in another part of India, like same feature depiction are not detected in another part of area, but in Deccan types of depictions are notices in Kerala, some part of southern India and also Atlantic Europe. That's it, and thank you very much. This is the end of my conclusion. This is the beginning of my work, because I have started this work from last 1.5 years for last during the Corona period. We have notices some labyrinths, stone labyrinths over in my area, because we have notices 11 stone labyrinths, and also we have reported for 2 research papers in Cadoria, London. So that time we have carried out the some exploration in Varna and Krishna basin, and that time we have notices the small rock boulders have some depictions. Then we have diverted our study for these types of depiction.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
30 years back, no rock art in Maharashtra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And because I have been associated with many persons in the world, so the rock art on basalt, there is plenty of rock art on basalt, particularly in Russia. So I was confident that someday in this Deccan region also, we will get the rock art on basalt also.
Yes.
So in '95, I was fortunate to see the cup marks in the Deccan College campus.
Oh.
But now the vegetation is so high that I could not see.
Okay.
Then when we published the article of Lalit,
Satish Lalit.
Satish Lalit, then he sent me the one figure that you show, where there is some bulls on the basalt boulder, and when I asked him for good photographs, he said that, but it has been lost in the road construction.
Yes, sir.
So this is the first. Your presentation and your discovery is the first of its kind to show clearly the rock art on the basalt. And what I will suggest to you, that please study more about the climate effect on the rock art, so that you will be able, and the taphonomy. Taphonomy means the effect of the climate on the exfoliation of the surface, so that you can establish the chronology of the figures themselves. No need to compare the things.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to honor with my work because it is very short time to present here.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. Okay. These pictures that you showed, are people in the vicinity aware of these?
No. This is in
or these are very remote.
These portions we are detected in hill lockings in from 600 meters from sea level. Means this is the approachable locations, but we are not detected same depiction nearby villages.
No, but are the villagers aware of these?
Yes, aware.
They know that
Yes,
these
yes,
exist.
yes. Most of people are doing rituals of near these cup marks, and most of burials we are finding means most of people are buried, and some like आपल्याकडे जसं अंत्यविधीला जाळतात लोकांना, तर we are notices that thing nearby these depictions. Because it relates to some worship or some rituals, but it is not yet interpreted me, because I show here only this is the new discovery we have notices, and we have put up in front of you peoples as an expertise. You can take initiative. I also say to Tejas sir, please notice these things, because this is the some different kinds of work we have discovered. So we kind request to you, please, you have to look after this, and you can advise us how to protect, how to means conserve these things so for future.
Definitely, the Singapore is going to be a very interesting case. Where initially fort wall was protected, not area inside and not area outside. Then Samadhi of Raja Maharaj is a protected monument, and then third is Tanaji Madhusudana Samadhi. This might be the
Yes, my friend Nandakumar Mate is here. He's also means helping me, and he has to basically explore these platforms.
Definitely, we can start with that big boulder.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? I wanted to know whether you see any vicinity with the river or rivulets, especially the upper parts of streams that cut through the rocks. Do you see anything around them, the boulders around them?
No.
There's no vicinity with the water that you have seen?
No. Okay. This is the top portion of small hillockings.
Okay.
Because there is no context.
There are a couple of forts where we have this. I'll give you some of the locations.
Oh, okay.
And also, have you seen the Vade Bolai place where there are cup marks on the big boulders?
That's why I don't show the big types of cup marks, because we are show the unique feature, different kinds of depictions. Because cup marks we have seen large in numbers.
Okay.
So this is the very common feature. It's okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll move on to the final talk of this session. Soumi Chatterjee and Tejaswini Afale will be talking about the World Heritage status and site management at these sites.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I will be focusing on the World Heritage part of it, and Tejaswini will be focusing on the site management part of it. So here I begin. I'll just go over some quick facts about World Heritage, because that's for everybody. First and foremost, that state party, which means government of Maharashtra in this case, because they're taking the lead, government of Maharashtra and Goa, is the one to propose the property, is the one to inform or choose the outstanding universal value and stand by it, is committing to protection and management, and is volunteering to follow all rules. So another thing that we need to get straight in the first, whenever we are looking at World Heritage, is it is a state party, which means us, who's responsible for everything. And it is upon us to fulfill all the rules, and UNESCO does not define a property. UNESCO does not refuse a World Heritage site per se, unless and until there is a shortcoming in our submission or articulation. And the third thing is UNESCO gives us no money. It is a money drain sometimes. There are two conventions. We are only going to focus on the convention to the left-hand side of the screen, which is the convention of 72, where essentially we look at tangible cultural heritage or natural heritage. As of today, we have 1199 World Heritage properties, out of which 42, that's a good number so far as India is concerned. We have 34 cultural properties, and thereafter the stats are on the board. I'm not reading it out. But what we need to understand is that when we make the pitch to UNESCO or the World Heritage Committee, we are saying that our heritage, or whatever the property is so exceptional that it transcends national boundaries. So the responsibility becomes twice, thrice, and as many as 1,000 times, because we are committing that we are going to meet World Heritage criteria, we are going to meet authenticity, integrity, which means we are going to save the property, physical integrity of the property with our dear life, and protection and management, which means legally. And now there is an enough and more emphasis on how the community reacts to all the norms which government agencies are placing as a part of protection and management. Okay, so rules are written in this booklet called Operational Guidelines. By the time that we learn this booklet, the rules again change. But unfortunately, we will have to follow everything when we submit a document that's in Annexure 5. So roughly, we have to submit a tentative list proposal. It's an Annexure 3 form which we have to fill, and we have to submit within the 15th of April. That's an internal deadline. Thereafter, 30th of September, the next year, we submit a draft dossier. There comes 100,000 observations by ICOMOS if it is a cultural property, for example, in our case, or if it's a natural property, IUCN. If it's a mixed property, then both of them get to look at it and give us corrections. We had nearly about 10 corrections pointed out. Most of it were format related, because we didn't realize that the format had changed by the time we had submitted the dossier. Then 1st February, say last year if we had a completion check, 1st February this year is when we get to submit a final document. And then we have to wait for 1 month for the World Heritage Committee to tell us whether our document is correct or not. And the document can be deemed incorrect for any random reason. Nobody knows how, but yes, there are reasons. Then there is 1 more year of evaluation, 2 sets of evaluation. One set is a desktop review, after which they can ask n number of questions for a year. And one is, you have an expert who will come to the site and review every little detail and every commitment that we make in the document. So it's an extended examination for about a year. After that, and 4 months thereafter, like 4 months on year 3 of the evaluation, do we actually get to know whether the property will be accepted or not. So it's literally bare minimum 4 years of effort to put a property on the World Heritage list, and the complication has just started, because thereafter it is the management plan, it is the walk the talk that takes precedence. I'll just give you what is the kind of range of information that we generally have to insert in the nomination dossier. So the first is we give them in an executive summary the overview, which is fairly easy. The most complicated thing to do is make maps which satisfy and with a whole lot of clarity. Then in the first chapter, we explain how the properties are distributed. In the second chapter, this is where things start getting complicated, because in 24,000 words, we have to describe our 9 properties, the attributes. What makes these 9 geoglyphs selected so unique that it deserves a place on the World Heritage List? Whether there is published paper or not, or whether there is a reference, if we have to do field work fresh, we just have to do it. And we have to write in a very convincing manner with diagrams, photographs, explanatory text, so that in 24,000 words, we are able to tell why are the 9 geoglyphs deserving of the status. And the second is the cultural context to these geoglyphs. The third is, it's the crux of this whole process, that is where we write the justification for the property. One is we describe, then we justify, and we compare our property to the rest of the world. Now, one, we compare it to the rest of the world, which is fairly easy. Surprisingly, it's way more difficult to compare it to our immediate, because we have a huge data gap. We do not have our, for example, all the rock art and all its classification or fixed certain data under one envelope, nor do we share a lot of common attributes, ways of description. There are a whole lot of rationalization needed. So that is where we face quite a bit of a hurdle. The fourth is we have to convincingly write down that whatever we are nominating are in the best possible physical integrity, that it is well managed, that there is no harm to that particular heritage. Fifth is, well, first, initially, the property management plan used to be, it was something desirable, not compulsory. From 2016, 15 onwards, it's almost compulsory. Last year onwards, it is compulsory. And there is a 60 to 70% emphasis on how the community is being involved and taken forward. And last year, if by experience what I saw holds true, we have to show that the community is involved, not just write it down. So there's a significant amount of ground-up work which is required. Sixth are monitoring indicators, which is fairly simple. How much erosion, what are those physical deterioration changes that we are supposed to notice. And then 7, 8, 9 are just basic documentation of who's involved, etc., what references. Now, what it boils down to is 10 criteria from which we have to select at least one. Then the state of conservation, and the official or customary protection and management system, and our ability to walk that talk. Now, I won't read all the criteria. What we could justify so far as the 9 proposed World Heritage properties are concerned is that it does represent a masterpiece of human creative genius, that it bears a unique or at least an exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition or to a civilization which is living or which has disappeared, which means that we have to be able to show which time period and what is the importance of that time period, the length of the time period, and thereby the art is important, and vice versa. The first one is where we deal with the technological prowess of these art. Now, once we started reading up a little more on the geoglyphs, specifically the ones which are flat on the ground, we realized that these are technically way more difficult to have been made compared to the other parts, geoglyphs in other parts of the world, many of which are on the slopes, or many of which were made by, they're called additive techniques. They were made by aligning stones into a particular shape. And they don't have vantage points from which they could have seen and measured. These were not available. So definitely 1 and 3 we managed, and 4, to be directly or tangibly associated with events or living traditions, with ideas, or with beliefs, with artistic and literary work of outstanding universal nature. Here, the emphasis, that's the wrong highlight. The fourth one is what we selected, to be an outstanding example of a type of building, architectural or technological ensemble, which illustrates significant stages of human history. Here the catch is, the stage of history has to be significant. The way in which the geoglyphs are going to demonstrate that stage, that has to be significant, and the geoglyphs themselves have to be significant. So all these 3 have to fall in line. So far, we've managed to write that text pretty convincingly. So that's just a general overview of what these 10 criteria look like across the country. These are our cultural criteria, for which we've taken 1, 3, and 4. And, well, we have natural criteria as well, but not for the geoglyphs. Here's, I think Dr. Rota had mentioned about the biodiversity being unique. It is unique, but it also is going to be subsumed within the nomination of 2012 on the Western Ghats. And I don't think making a serial nomination with that or an attaché to that is very fair. It kind of eats the glory of what we are proposing. I just wanted to put this slide because this is like a matter of reality. While we submit the dossier, we are talking about the first two, meets the criteria, meets authenticity, integrity. Thereafter, everything rests on the protection management, which Tejaswini will be touching upon. I'll just give you a brief overview of some samples of work that was done and some parts of what was contained in the dossier. We did map out all the geoglyphs for which coordinates were collected, verification was done, photographs were taken for comparison. Based on that, we did a quantitative analysis of the different variations that were found. Variations are pretty similar to the first presentation, so I'm not repeating it. And we established a representative type. Without a representative type, it is very difficult to say that these geoglyphs represent anything. So this is where we kind of started the whole establishing why what we are proposing is most important. These descriptions are really small, I understand that, but then in the dossier we had certain 400 to 500 words in which we described, we drew out what exactly would comprise what is special about Barsu, Kasheli, and the rest of the properties. Well, for protection and management, we have the preliminary notification. One of it is protected, like the one at Pansaimal is protected. Tejaswini will give you an update on the protection status, protection and management status. We've just written down in one-liners of what the criteria, how it has been approached, that it is technological development and mastery on carving, only evidence of the transitionary phase between pre-pastoral to a historic setting, so the transitionary era. The most remarkable open-air ensemble art, rock art depicting increasing complexity and finesse in content, composition, proportion, skills over 25K years. But here's one thing beautiful about what the World Heritage Convention also does is, it understands that rock art can't be a definite nail on the wall, that it's an evolving material. These are some of the properties with which we had compared our, based on the techniques of art production and representative civilization, then based on contribution to semiotics, representation of a civilization, and just the concluding slide, these are like our affirmative statements we make, and I just have half a minute. That is, these are technical and technological development, and what they demonstrate are cornerstones of civilization. They do show concepts of social dimension, sense of sacred, tools of communication. It does give us an insight into an area where there is significant knowledge gap. Then it fills an information on how the early human may have moved along the coastline, because our coastlines have changed dramatically, and this is perhaps one of those evidences from where we can start an investigation, and that will be of global relevance as well. Then adaptation of life form in a hot semi-arid climate, because that's climate change related studies under the focus area. And one important thing is, the world knows geoglyphs so far only through the perspective of Nazca lines. Now, the Nazca lines were structurally very different, and they were made on the slopes and then on the floor and the valley floor, and these were generally navigational markers first. Now, the way they were used, why they were made, these were extremely different, structurally, fundamentally different from what we have in our Konkan geoglyphs. So possibly we could also be contributing to the theory of geoglyphs itself, because we are looking at a whole different type of construction. So Tejaswini. Huh?
can finish. Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me because my voice is not really up to the mark. There is going to be a mismatch in my speed of talking and speed of thinking, so please bear with that. As Shami pointed out, here comes the hard part and non-glamorous and very, I would say, hard work. We have been visiting sites, discussing about geoglyphs and its context, and while doing that, we are also talking about protection, how we should protect the site, how we should conserve the site, how we should preserve the site. But while doing that, it's not easy. It's not one, one discussion job. It's going to take a time. But as Shami rightly pointed out, now since Operation Guidelines 2021, we have to submit management plan, and management plan includes conservation and site management. So right now, this is the start of our management plan. We have started the talk, and now it's our responsibility how we are going to talk walk the talk. Stay next. Oh, sorry. So just I have kept this presentation simple. One, what is the existing site management issues? What is the existing status? And second, what we are proposing. Very important thing, again, as Shami rightly pointed out, all these sites, except Pansamor, which is in Goa, and under the, it's in the ownership of Forest Department, all these sites are under private ownership. Some of the sites we know it's a single private owner. Some of them are shared lands, like Devi Haso is a shared land. But essentially, all these are private owners. And here, as Shami had pointed out, about World Heritage or UNESCO's focus on community involvement, community participation is going to play a major role. Right now, the status of legal protection is Kashari is protected under MAMSAR Act, Vadarunde is protected, Devache Gotne's notification is in the process, Barsu, part of Barsu is protected, part of Barsu notification is in the process, Devi Haso is protected, Jamrun Kudopi again it is under process, Ukshi preliminary notification has been issued, and 9th Pansamor it is protected since 1999. The acts, policies which are going to be involved in deciding the site management plan is Maharashtra Ancient Monument Site Remains Act 1960s and Rule 61, which is loosely based on AMSAR Act. Goa Ancient Monument Act, again, it is loosely based on AMSAR Act, MRTP Act, because there is a lot of, the entire Ratnagiri district, it's largely under the private ownership, so MRTP Act is going to play an important role. National Conservation Policy, although this is not, there are not any structures. Then Biodiversity Act, Aparna, Dr. Watwe showed us the, what is the biodiversity of the SADA, Tourism Policy of Maharashtra and Tourism Policy of Goa. Visitation, these are quite a new discoveries. So visitation is ranging between 5,000 to 10,000. Annually in some of the sites, and Ukshi is quite a popular site, so and it is approachable, so visitation is increasing day by day. But then again, there are factors which are impacting visitation, that is lack of formal records. We don't have any system of how we are going to number or how we are going to count our whoever is visiting. Again, some of the sites we saw, Kudopi, Kashari, these are remote rural areas with limited accessibility. Not everybody can access the site. We have to walk a lot. Climate, high rainfall in a monsoon period, it's very difficult to access the sites. But this is how the site is, the site setting is. Again, lack of awareness and connection with local community is, connection was not there. But now with the help of Nisarga Yatri, They have done excellent job in establishing awareness and kind of connection. And again, data collection and research, because we are here, we know that it is in the process. What are the threats involved? High rainfall. High rainfall means velocity of and direction of water flow is quite high. Then, because of that high rainfall, we have a lot of soil deposit. When it is soil deposit, many of the geoglyphs get buried under the soil deposit. We have to clean it whenever somebody is visiting. Surface deformities are there. Today's Dr. Pundelik and Dr. Thakur Desai's talk was very enlightening about how we are defining our conservation indicators and how we are going to go for conservation of these geoglyphs. Weathering. Panchayama is kind of undergoing, every year, at least twice, Panchayama gets under the water of river Kushavati. And then a lot of water outlets or water channels go through the site. Yesterday, Dr. Pundelik pointed us about the Vadarunde surface deformity and how that is leading to erosion. Then human activities. Human activities ranging from agriculture, from urban development, from infrastructure development, mining. Mining is a big threat. And the biggest is, yes, like we saw in Kasheri, people come for research, and for their understanding, they are using additives. And so, although we are not, we don't have much research about what are the adverse or positive impact of that, it is better not to do that, because it's going to hamper another person's interpretation as well. Again, Devi Asor is an excellent example where this geoglyph is still under the, shall we say, use for ritual activity. Arya Durga Devi's palanquin comes and is kept here on the geoglyph. For that, they apply rangoli and cow dung. For so many years, they have been applying this. So that area has become little eroded, and then every year after monsoon only it gets cleaned. Right now, as I said, tourism is not, it's just in a starting phase. We don't know what is going to be its impact, but this is right now a great opportunity for us where we have planned tourism, vandalism in the form of plantation. When somebody is planting a mango plantation or cashew plantation, sometimes they go for smaller explosions, and then geoglyphs get deformed or they break. What happened in Tale Bazar, even in Jamrun, we have smaller example of that. Change in pH level, we are yet to collect data or in detailed research about how pH level or how water contamination, subsurface water contamination is going to be adversely impacting our geoglyphs. Our geoglyphs are sure about it, but we don't have much research about that. Forest fire, again, we were talking about that with Dr. Pundelik, and he mentioned that high temperatures because of forest fire can impact top level of laterite. So our vision is to safeguard, promote awareness, raise appreciation of this prehistoric art, which is also the only evidence of the phase of human history of Konkan. We don't know anything about this phase of history. Objectives are conserve and protect, manage outstanding OUV, to educate and promote awareness of this phase, to understand, preserve, protect settings. It's not only about geoglyphs, it's not only about those figures, but also about biodiversity, cultural heritage, and also subsurface conditions of Sada, to promote greater synergy and shared responsibility between stakeholders. Here stakeholders are private landowners, local authorities, Directorate of Archaeology and Museums in Maharashtra and Goa, Department of Archaeology, various public agencies to harness potential of heritage in community engagement and socio-economic empowerment. As we saw yesterday at Dawood, that we are providing rain shelter and toilet at near the site. It is not a site included for World Heritage, but we have provided toilet and rain shelter, and that will be managed by landowner. Department of Archaeology is not going to have direct role in that. To enhance and visitor experience by increasing site accessibility, again without disturbing biodiversity as much as possible, and upgrading facilities. Overview of the site. What are the strengths and weaknesses right now about site management? Having multiple levels of safeguards is a good thing. Each framework is backed by necessary resources on the paper. System is flexible for upgrading the requirements. Again, weaknesses are it is multifaceted. There are going to be multiple stakeholders where we will have to talk to. If it is Archaeological Survey of India National Protected Site or State Protected Site, it's quite easy that there is one stakeholder on the site, and then surrounding areas there are multiple stakeholders, and it's easy to manage, it's easy to provide funding. But here it is going to be a difficult challenge. Then again, conservation measures also involved, because it is not a structure. Conservation measures are involved, preventive measures. Again, also biodiversity related measures, not only on local level, but on the regional level. What are the limitations today for conservation, particularly conservation management? Private ownership requires coordination on multiple levels. Data collection survey is in the process, and research regarding the various factors is still in the nascent stage. How we approach this site management is, one is preparedness through integrated management plan. It's not, again, going to be only monument-centric or a site-centric plan, but we'll have to have multiple stakeholders and multiple aspects involved. Formation of regional development plan is going to be very important. Second, preparedness while working on this. Right now, State Archaeology has initiated a project of providing visitor amenities to 17 sites, which includes World Heritage properties as well as some other sites as well. TAI's Teyasuni Afray Associates is empanel architecture consultant to that project, and Nisarg Yatri is going to be a local collaborator. And with this, we are providing physical fencing, as we saw yesterday in Ukshi, Pochri and Dawood and Ukshi. Second is going to be shelters and toilets, not within buffer zone, but beyond buffer zone, whenever community or the owner or villagers need it. It's not going to be random selection, it's going to be a selection after consultation. And protected area demarcation wall, it's not going to be, again, every physical fencing, viewing platform, signages, everything is going to be a reversible intervention. These are some of the views. There are some other schemes or some through other ways. The integrated management plan or management plan has already started. So the construction of road signages and approach roads have been constructed by local authorities, just like Ukshi, and even PWD is working on construction, having road signages. Involvement of a local community is there through grassroots organizations. As Nisarg Yatri team mentioned, that Rajapur Tahsil particularly have recording of geoglyphs have been it's by Tahsildar's orders, not by any act. Same thing has happened for mining ban. But that is a great example which we can take it forward on a district level and at the entire divisional level. Then sensitization and encouraging of private landowners through the grassroots organizations such as Nisargayatri and now Geoglyph Research Center. It should be a shared responsibility. It's not only state archaeology's responsibility because they have proposed it for World Heritage, but it has to be shared responsibility. Then preparedness through tourism-based programs has already started through Research Center. Geoglyphs festival was conducted, academic visits and tourists is a normal, it's a frequent thing now. Provision of visitor amenities have started. We can take it as a phase 1 and then we can extend it to other sites as well. Promotion of agro-tourism beyond buffer zone. Then education-based programs have started. Geoglyph Research Center is a great example for that. Then training of local guides and interpretation. Scholarly visits are happening. Even our conference can be a great, great initiative for the same thing. Some of the projects are underway. The main goal or main vision is going to be shared responsibility by authorities, private landowners, scholars, and local organizations. Then regional development, regional integrated plan is again a coordination between all. With the World Heritage World Heritage project, this gave us a great, rather opportunity, I would say, that we could set up, or state archaeology is in the process to set up a high power steering committee, which will be headed by the administrative head, and then other dignitaries will be involved in that, including external experts. Other initiatives by Department of Cultural Affairs are Adopt a Heritage can very well be used in this for the preservation and protection of these geoglyphs. And then yesterday I was talking about this particular government of Maharashtra's resolution where 3% of funds will be diverted from total district planning fund. So that gives even state archaeology an opportunity to have use funds for these geoglyph sites. And then again, other agencies, including PWD, is working on providing roads, providing water, drinking water facilities, or some water supply schemes to this geoglyph, wherever geoglyphs are located. Way forward is again, these 5 pointers are going to be very important while working on integrated management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Tejaswini and Swami, for that interesting talk. Now we can take some questions.
I don't have questions, some suggestions and additional points. First, to the information of the audience, we have 34 properties under the cultural category. See, we have around 5,000 monuments protected by ASI and the state archaeology departments in the country, but when you see 34, it's too less. But considering that some of the properties have more than one, say for take example, Ahmedabad is written as one property, but there are 50 plus monuments inside. Hampi has one property, inscribed as one property, but we have 50 plus. So overall it comes to 300 plus monuments that are protected or inscribed in the World Heritage list. So we mentioned about 4 years it takes for a property to be included from tentative list to the final inscription. But it's not, just an indicative, but it's not going to happen. It's a very long strenuous and complex process. There are certain monuments in the tentative list for the last 25 years. There are monuments from 98 onwards waiting in the tentative list. So it's up to the government of India to take a decision. There are various considerations which enable the property to get into the World Heritage List. It's a very complex issue. But our responsibility is to present a perfect dossier with proper justification and keep pursuing the matter. The legal position, I'm seeing that it is being taken care of. State government is protecting, Goa is already protected. But if you see the cultural tradition, I find Karnataka also should be included, but it's up to the government of Karnataka to come forward through negotiations and discussions. But if you see the culture, stylistically and all, it is the same. Coastal Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, it's almost the same. There was a talk about the mining, because legal protection, I'm just taking that point. We have to do a technical study. Now, because of the mining, what is the effect on the World Heritage, on the properties? Now, there is a Supreme Court order with regard to Karnataka and one site in Rajasthan, Jodhpur, where the mining and blasting is prohibited up to 1 kilometer. So, although it is in relation to Karnataka, Bellary monuments and Rajasthan, but we can, this is what you call the sense of law. So, no, sorry, that, yeah, Jambulinga. So, this is the sense of law. 1 kilometer mining and blasting is prohibited. So, the same thing we can push, we'll say, but you have to do the technical study and say this will be the effect of mining and blasting. So, we need the same protection for these sites. Now, the first question when the evaluator comes, why only 9 or 10, whatever? So, that's justification. And why not others? So, you have to prepare 2 answers. Why 9? Why not others? So, 2 justification you should have. I think many of the sites which are included in the World Heritage, I saw in the World Heritage Center website, criteria 3 is applicable. For Bhimbetka, 5 is also applied. But unique criteria 3 is common for all. So that goes with that. But you, when you showed the what the sites demonstrate, you mentioned, okay, I agree with that. But I think you have to add beliefs and faith. Because she showed one slide where some religious rituals are, being conducted. So faith and belief is also very important, factor, which supports the inscription of or the outstanding universal value. And then there may be a question on the associated sites. You just can't say only these are important sites or deserve inscription. Who are the authors? What is their character? Where they lived? So, is there any archaeological remains, archaeological site in this, what you call the line, whatever the area you are taking up? Is there any archaeological sites which can be related to the rock art sites? Just that is to be explored. Then in the amenities to be provided, I think interpretation center is missing, because many of the educated people also will not understand what is a rock art, what is this. So you need interpretation center in all the sites which you are proposing. Yes, that's it.
Why don't you answer regarding the Devi also? I'll just add one thing. While worship, yes, it is an important factor, but the image that she's shown on that area, it's a recent resurgence. It's not. We agree to that. In fact, that is something that we've mentioned, but right now what is happening at Devi Hasala and linking that to what used to happen is without proof at this point. And no link has been established. I'm just letting you know what we found as of yet.
However, DST Research Center, rather Geoglyph Research Center, is working on cultural heritage survey right now. It is under the progress. So probably we will get some link or some evidence of that. Right now we have not found any archaeological site or any deposit on Sada coming from this period.
Before I answer, because Tejaswini will take that answer, I'll just tell you one more thing. We invented 80 as in 80 locations, which has multiple geoglyphs in each location to generate the representative type. That how many similar human or anthropomorph depictions exist, how many similar elephant form exist, how many are the different, say that square symbol, how many iterations exist across these 80 sites. So we did that homework because that is a homework which we have to nowadays include in the dossier, and if it goes for evaluation, we will actually have to probably demonstrate that iteration. So we did that in advance, and after that we selected, okay, Devi Hasal is the most complex and the most complete, best preserved example. For a change, we managed to do it the other way around. So I'm just filling but things can always be bettered. Date.
So sir, what you asked is the constant question again, because we have not dated the sites completely. There is no absolute dating, but there have been comparative dating we have used. And we have used published research, one by Dr. Erwin Neumayer, second Dr. Garge has also worked on that, and there have been quite many artifacts, stone tools we are finding right now. So this is the basic research.
Okay.
And sir, please answer also.
Okay, now the basic intention of this whole process was to see that these petroglyph sites are enlisted in the UNESCO chapter or in UNESCO list. Now, I think the dossier must have gone and then by the thing of Geoglyphs of Konkan, is it? Right. So maybe you would not be able to change it, because what I feel was that all the petroglyphs which are noticed in the sites which we visited are not geoglyphs. She also said that there is some geoglyph which is also in constructional nature in some place. I don't remember, Chile or some.
So, outside India, no?
Yeah, outside India. But what I noticed in those geoglyphs that the environmental terrain also has been considered while forming that geoglyph. Here the environmental situation has not been taken into consideration while that particular petroglyph is the only the large elephant one, that the whole terrain was worked out first to get that particular image there. Now the whole number of petroglyphs which we see around, we might interpret it in so many ways, art, artistic, human forms and whatever. But beyond all this, or behind the creation of this particular petroglyph, there are intangible beliefs. Now what are the intangible beliefs that are associated with this? One has to ponder and one has to think in depth. And if that is highlighted, because there is always a recommendation for aboriginal art and aboriginal things. So if we can project it, this is of a community which is not anymore present, that practices are no more vogue in that particular area. That needs to be highlighted. Now, according to what I saw and what I believe, because I've seen Kerala, I've seen Karnataka, and I've seen Goa, and finally here. To me, I presume that it has got, some of the figures, the human figures especially, have got their realm or have their base basically in spirit worship, ancestor worship, and things like that. So that is one thing. And there is also some element of fertility cult which is seen in some of the forms which is there. So that is there. Maybe it is not there in that particular form in the society today, but there might be something which is related, associated with spirit worship, in some other worship things which are, because even that Mizoram presentation, he said some of the human figures represented there are of the person who actually conducted the ceremony or of a warrior who had worked for the society. So even in shamanism, the shaman's main routine is to keep the clan together. And Konkan petroglyphs, especially in the ones which you saw in Ratnagiri, have their unique features. Like cattle or domesticated breeds are not shown. There is elements of fish which is depicted along with some of the human figures. Then there is also figure of boat and some other, especially I think Kupodi. Kudopi. And there is also one thing, I think it is in Kudopi itself, that there is one place where we saw some, they said it is fish hooks or old man's walking stick or what. They have some similarity with the hieroglyphs which is noticed. I don't know, even somebody said that it could be writing. And even some of the motifs which we notice, I feel that some of the winged creatures which you noticed here have got some influence which is probably of West Asian origin or this thing. It may be influence. I'm not saying sometimes mind and can think in same direction, but that seems to, because it is there in Garuda Purana also. We know that about all these things it is mentioned. Similarly, the cross motif which is noticed. And cross motive within circle is sometimes interpreted as death symbol and thing. That is also noticed in this. Yes. So if there are sites where simple human figures lying on this thing is on, and finally in Kudopi you notice that it is enclosed within a framework as though it is placed in a grave. Yes. So putting this in the bracket of prehistoric seems questionable, because the earliest evidence of plant burial or things come from Jorwe, I think, in Amgaon. So what is the date of Jorwe? There also you notice that you have a pit where an extended human burial has been found from the Jorwe context. So we have the practice in Maharashtra of having a burial right within the habitation in Amgaon. So where do you put this thing? How do you say some of the burial practices which is noticed? Some of the features are iconographical in character. Some of the depictions have got more ramifications than what we see, which is to emphasize the power of that particular this thing, or something which is ritualistic. And some of the ones which in Devi Kasol, which we saw that carpet-like design, which is, and if you notice at the four corners, there are post holes to erect some superficial structure over that particular thing, to protect that. If all the four sides, and even in the center you have a hole, probably to erect poles so that it could provide a canopy. So that is also, it has got a more spiritual dimension than just decorative. Sure. So I think, that need to be emphasized.
And it's just a procedural thing. This particular thing of placing symbols as a part of the World Heritage narrative, a part of it has been done based on what we know. However, however, every 10 years there is a provision, it's a mandatory cycle of writing something called a retrospective statement of outstanding universal value. So should we have significant information, there are two things that the state party can choose to do. One is definitely file for a retrospective statement, and the second is you always have the option of adding a criteria. So should the directorate choose, that can also happen. The third thing which also happens is, after going through the site and the quantum of information that is there when it's presented during the field, there's a field mission that happens, sometimes even the other expert who comes in tells that, okay, why not XYZ other criteria, or why don't you articulate it in another manner? So there are different venues through which we can add information or we can alter information, whether it is related to date or any other debate. So it's not like so absolute in its nature. Yeah. So with rock art sites especially, we enjoy that little bit of liberty or correction. And this has happened world over.
I have one suggestion and one query. One suggestion is that while we are going for this World Heritage nomination, this quarrying of laterite will have a negative impact on our proposal. So the state government and Directorate of Archaeology has to do something before you finally submit the proposal. जब submit करोगे तब नहीं, that is only a tentative list. Final proposal has submitted.
Final proposal.
Okay, then you have to be very quick. Then you will have to very quick in this. And another thing, another query is that Tejashwini mentioned about the buffer zone. What is the limit of the buffer zone?
Right now we are following a archaeology. Right. So right now we are following ASI's rules regulations, and we are going for 300-meter buffer zone. But we are hoping that entire Sada will have some kind of a biodiversity zone, so that can also be worked as buffer zone.
300 is very less
Of
for
course.
a geoglyph.
Of course.
Entire tabletop plane of the Sada, you say,
Yes.
has to be a buffer.
Can we please direct the mic to Dr. Garge for this?
Please give me 2 minutes. They already raised hand, but sir, to answer your question in short, why this 9 and why not others? They are going to ask these questions. No, as you mentioned, these are best representative types that the typology that we are carrying out. And on the practical hand, of course, we are not going to give this answer to them, but we can definitely discuss it here. It's a practical management aspect, sir. I mean, if you propose a larger buffer, as Malik rightly mentioned, that would be the ideal scenario. Even I would love to see the entire plateau gets notified. And initially we thought of proposing this under mixed property, biodiversity as well as cultural. It was going to be a mixed nomination. But then when we selected site, at some of the places biodiversity was already compromised, and in longer run it would have been pretty difficult to maintain those areas. Even many times I would not say this is not priority of the state, but it is very difficult to convince the bureaucratic part or the political part why this is important. And managing larger properties is always a challenge. Of course, we are having dialogue with locals, and as you rightly mentioned, sir, without them it is not possible. So in future we might be coming up with society of petroglyph owners in the future for better management. And in case of Basu, we are proposing a larger buffer zone beyond 300 meters, and in case of rest, it is 300 meters, but this also includes minor geoglyphs which are available in the vicinity of those. So besides 9 properties, I think there are about 52 geoglyph sites which are also going to be encompassed under the buffer. So this is not exactly ideal scenario that everyone want to see, but I think any product in the market that you have is a kind of compromise out of a situation. So this is the best that we are trying to do at the moment. In given condition or with better circumstances, it could have been better. I agree. Sir.
In continuation to the Professor Ravi's the query, when you are deciding the antiquity of the petroglyphs, so you have to keep in mind 3 aspects. The strength of the rock. More stronger the rock art will survive more. And here it is the least strong. This is the one thing. This is the laterite. The second thing, the environment. That is, in protected environment, the rock art will survive more than in the open environment. Your petroglyphs are in open environment. 3, the effect of the climate. So in that perspective, you have to decide the antiquity of the petroglyphs. And it's better to say that early petroglyphs belong to the terminal phase of the Stone Age. And then it goes, the development goes on to the historic period. This is my humble suggestion. Yes.
I've got just few suggestions for that. There is one site where we found that these petroglyphs, geoglyphs, have been protected separately, and hardly there is a distance of 10, 15, 20 or 30 meters apart. But these are all individually protected, and gap is a unprotected area. So my suggestion would be, you can give some sort of a correction in the gazette notification, putting everything together in one loop. There are clusters, and from there let there be 300 meters. And the mining thing which has been dealt with 100 meters, because all this legislation, they should not conflict. That should be again make it 300, so that it won't conflict anytime. 300 meters is your limit, protection limit. Put all these clusters together, boundary is 300, mining is 300, like that, so that there won't be any conflict. That's one. And I was telling, how can you study the weathering pattern, how much it gets weathered in every season? There is a method. In some of the monuments we did it. You go for certain areas, you go for a micro photography. In this sense, take something like 1 feet by 1 feet or 1 meter by 1 meter, take a very deep micro photography where every grains will be visible. Come back after the rainy season, take another photograph, you can see the differences, how much grains have already been gone. That you can see when you match both the photographs. So that gives you whether there is any deterioration happening or not, because all those pellets will come out. And secondly, as we noticed, every season there is a grasses growing and we take out. That way, very soon it will be completely finished, because when you remove it, because the roots goes inside the matrix, and when you take out, few pellets come out. Never. How can, I mean, where I'm asking you, those roots, where it goes, when any grass is growing, it never floats. It never penetrates even half a mm or 1 mm into the matrix of the laterite. That geologists can tell me. Does it? Tell me how the grasses grow. It never penetrates into the matrix. How? When we are cleaning it, it grows. You have cleaned it. Next season again it grows. How it grows? Because those seeds have gone inside the porosity of the surface.
I have 2 points to raise. Third one is now this one. Normally we people go there after rainy season and we pick up the grass, and at that time what we experience that it doesn't need any force, it comes with the soil only. That is our experience. So no, we don't think so. Okay. Second point, there will be so many suggestions from everyone and there will not be end of this season. So I suggest that let us have one email group and each one of us will write their suggestion. then feasibility higher authorities will see, because there will be how much is the weathering, whether hood should be there, how should be viewing, and so many points are there. So there is no end to this discussion now. So better form an email group and put your suggestions there. And third suggestion, this lecture was regarding world heritage, I agree. But if we concentrate on world heritage only, then all other sites will get neglected. So our thinking should be for all the sites together, and then some additional points will be there for world heritage, that I agree. Otherwise your diversion will be totally only on 9 sites. Court will be neglected, though, because it is not in the list. So this is my third worry.
Sir, you know what? The World Heritage Committee exactly does not want the other ones to be neglected, and therefore we have to mandatorily look at everything.
They don't want to neglect us, but that will automatically happen. That is my worry.
That's why community involvement is important.
The petroglyphs have survived till date because it was covered in the soil. And you are opening it for the tourists every year. So it will going to affect. So please keep it in mind.
So, and all points are well taken. As Guza sir said, we'll be having one email ID where you can definitely forward your submission, and we'll ensure that it doesn't become a dustbin. Because sir, though focus is on World Heritage, please try to remember, at least because of World Heritage tag, authorities have started recognizing it. So it is first step, and second step is definitely to go ahead with Society of all rock art holders, irrespective of whether it falls in the World Heritage category or not. Ultimate goal is to create a network of owners and have a common management plan, which will ensure conservation, management, and sustainable tourism. Since Aparna mentioned in the morning, so even it will be a good idea to create certain wooden platforms when you approach sites, or fixed walkways, as they have created on Khas Plateau. So even those kind of propositions should be part of our biodiversity management. And on certain rock art site, they have done that. So definitely all suggestions are welcome. And regarding dating, sir, it is a very tricky part. We know for sure it falls somewhat between Stone Age and early historical period. So whether to call it as a terminal phase of Pleistocene to Iron Age. So it's definitely a controversial, but we are trying to look and we are trying to interpret. So far, only associated cultural material that is found with this rock art is Mesolithic tools. And some tools which are a little heavier, which could belong to Upper Paleolithic, but they are not found from the context. So that is the reason we are having these deliberations. That is the reason we have invited experts in prehistory. That is the reason we have invited you all. And I hope we find some correct answers. People always criticize when we try to put some bracket in form of dates. But I think as an archaeologist, it is our basic duty. We cannot start from 0 to infinity, or it cannot be that endless. So we have to have some tentative working bracket, and that is what we are doing at the moment, sir. And definitely with more and more scientific studies, which could lead to some absolute dates. We have collected some samples from excavations at Koroshi, and we hope to get certain definitive dates, some scientific dates related to this material. And I am also looking for suggestions where scientific techniques are involved. That is the reason to involve DST into this. so that we have some absolute dates, some absolute answers to put correct chronology related to this.
Need to be investigated more systematically. There you may get some context about the first settlers in this area. And then you extrapolate that human activity.
That's the reason we took up that
Do you have the Tejas prohibited area under your act?
No, sir.
So after the protected area?
It is only protected and controlled.
Nothing. So now there was a talk about buffer zone of 300 or 300 plus. Now the question will be 300 or plus 300 or 300 plus, it's fine. But what is the legal position? So do you have the powers to regulate or monitor or control activities which are not desirable? So this question will be raised. What is your powers in the buffer zone? So in that, if you do not have any control, then the state government will have to give an assurance, or the district administration, they have to issue a GO. This is what happened in case of Dholavira. So they issued a GO indicating what are the activities that will be controlled, what are the activities which are not allowed. So that gives a sort of legal backing for the controlled area or regulated area, what are the buffer zone, whatever one may call. This is one thing. Now there is a discussion about the protection of the site, what the environment will have effect on these sites over a period of time. Now I am not suggesting anything, I am just putting a point for discussion, maybe today, maybe after 1 month, whatever you think about it. Providing a shelter, a properly designed shelter, because there are World Heritage sites which are under shelter. It's not that here only we are going to provide. For example, Lumbini is under a structure now. It's fully covered and with a roof. It's like this building, Lumbini. It's a World Heritage site. In Dholavira, for the inscription, we have put a shelter. So ASI has done. There are sites abroad, World Heritage. They're already there and they are under a shelter. Why not? You discuss.
From my point of view, what I feel, there should not be a shelter. Because the whole concept, if you say it's a geoplex, and one can see it from the top, your drone photography or anything seen from the top in one view, that will be lost forever. If you want to have some sort of a tower from where people can observe all the features. That can.
Hello. I don't have a question. I just wanted to address Gurjar sir's question. And maybe many others have the same question, that why only those 9 and why not others. So frankly speaking, we ourselves had a very, very hard time thinking, deciding, concluding as to why only those 9 or why. No. So that is what I'm saying. Ideally, we would want 150 or plus sites, but as you can see, we could only do so much that could represent the best of what we have. That doesn't mean that we will concern only for those 9. So that is what I meant when I said we had a hard time.
It's a question more from conservation point of view. Probably it is slightly extreme, especially when we are talking so much about the community participation and access. So in France and Spain, many of the rock art sites, some of the rock art sites are close to usual visitation as a part of conservation strategy. So I was curious to know that how exactly UNESCO and ICOMOS looks at these actions or solutions where, I don't know, and also what are your personal views as a conservation professional?
See, unfortunately, we have to say with conviction and clarity what we want. Okay, fortunately or unfortunately. So far as Spain or France is concerned, there is an internal traction where they mutually agree. Okay. Here we have to find why allow visitation or not. Frankly, ICOMOS does not have a say in it. They cannot tell state party what to do with their property. We have to find our rules. That's the reason why we have that chapter 6 where we are supposed to write down monitoring indicators. A lot of World Heritage properties, for example, what they do is instead of the 9 giving access to say 9, they will give access to 1, and then every season they will change. For all the others, you go to a particular place, go to an interpretation point, see and go. There are World Heritage sites where you do not have access at all, or you have gender-based access. So we have to articulate it, define it. They actually have no say or role. Yes, what they do is they nudge. They do nudge. Okay, why not? Why are you not allowing? Do you mean to say that the state of conservation is compromised? We have to say very convincingly.
Because like, in case of built heritage, it is relatively easy to calculate the carrying capacity. These sites being open sites, I mean, it is going to be tricky to calculate the carrying capacity and develop the visitor management plan and to monitor that. So that's why I was curious to know.
The thing is, as of right now, there's another property which is undergoing the same debate. It's a catch-22 situation. But they have formulated certain SOPs and certain indicators that if I see water percolation every season, then I will seal it off or not. So it's about, what do you say that? Preventive monitoring, preventive action, rather than doing it in retrospect. So that's the catch. And that's one of the reasons why they insist on seeing the health of all the geoglyphs. So when I say walk the talk, that's how they measure it.
Any more questions remaining? Maybe one last one if anybody has any comments. Otherwise, yeah, any questions for other speakers? Many people asked already questions I had in mind. Everybody is thinking the same line, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we'll call that a day. And dinner is what time? Same 8:30? Okay. So thank you very much to the speakers for their talks, and thank you very much to the audience for listening and for the questions.
Thank you so much to all the speakers and the moderator. I request Shri Hemant Darvi, our Deputy Director, to please felicitate the speakers and the moderator. First, I would like to call upon Mr. Sudhir Isbud. Dr. Nambirajan. Dr. Sachin Patil. Sachin sir. Shome Chatterjee and Afi madam. Nahi. And Dr. Tejas Garge. Thank you so much. We'll be meeting out for tea and then. Parth sir. Thank you so much. We'll be meeting out for tea and we'll be meeting tomorrow at 9:30 for the next sessions.